Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello? Hey, is this thing on? Sending another SSTO into the drink, I think. Well, I have a broken engine belt on the family truck. It broke yesterday. It takes 2 seconds to fix. Just go down to the store and get another one. Man, look at some of these names. Huh. Where's EJ in the music? Oh, here. It's way out of tune. I haven't touched it in a day. That's way out of tune. Is that good for your music? Is that, are we good? No, you're much too tense. You gotta sit back, relax, and take some joy in your life. You like music? I left my home in Norfolk, Virginia, California on my mind. All right, Robert Parker got worse. Here, I'll play again. Ready? All right, let me get the guitar up. Okay, here you go. Ready? And 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Alright, anyway. Did you see the Orbital Starship Super Heavy animation? Which one? The one that Seabass did? Did you change your hair color? Yes, I did. No, it's just the lighting, Denny. It's actually a compliment to this. Thoughts on the Bezos flight? Okay. Anyway, yeah, next news. No, that's cool. Good for him. That's what I think this is not cool or something? Or who? Yeah, the Seabass one was really cool. Yep. Hold on. I know Starship's cool, and I'm gonna let you finish, but we all know that this is the real super heavy launch vehicle. No, I'm just kidding. I like both of them. Liking both of them is fine. I'm greedy. I want all the rocket. I don't want one rocket. I want all the rockets. Oh, it's staged. From these pictures, the core stage is staged in the transfer aisle. Yeah, Sarita, I actually am kind of with you on that one. Talk about putting your money where your mouth is. Hi, Greedy, I'm Dad. No, you're not. You're D. Don't lie. There, I thought more about it. Oh, yes. Like Formula One? Everybody liked Formula One. That's, dude. This is a great race. It's fun. Fun race, dude. It sucks about Max and Lance, but other than that, it was a pretty good race. It looks like they removed the mold from the pizza plate. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, man. This is nuts, dude. Hamilton had a magical moment. You know what, Balks? Look, man. I can't stand Lewis Hamilton. I can't stand him. But I'm not going to sit here and say that he's not one of the best Formula One drivers of all time. Because he is. With that being said, it is very, very rare that you see him make a mistake. It's very rare.
Discovery,
Very
go
rare.
and throttle up.
So enjoy it while it lasts, because that ain't going to happen again. Viva Checo! Nice. Vettel, though. Dude, what year is it? PY, what year is it? Sergio Perez takes the win with Vettel and Gasly? What year is it? The Gasly part I can kind of understand, but the other two... No, it was awesome. Hey, what's the next KSP TV stream? I hear you're going to show off landing your shuttle. What year is it? Wow. Marshmallow. That's, taking me back a little bit. Who are you? Wait a minute. Who are you? I think as the season continues and more pressure is applied, you'll make more mistakes.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Interesting. All three drivers were fired recently. Yeah, Gasly got demoted. Vettel, it's not acceptable. And yeah, Checo, yeah. Strange. And Vettel replaced Sergio Perez at... That's even stranger. Huh, didn't really even think of that. Quick Collins flight for the SDS 135 anniversary coming up. That's in July. I'll do that in July. Thailand? Sure. Yeah, I'll fly it in July. Absolutely.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, Sneaky, I kind of want to know who that is. Because that's like one of those things where that was a very specific moment in time. Hey, Thomas, I saw those pictures. Right, Hans? Yeah, right. I never used to like Seb. I thought his attitude was bad. And then his last season at Red Bull won me over. He's a pretty good dude. And then he joined my favorite team, Ferrari. So I think his attitude last year was totally justified, though. I can't believe Ferrari muscled him out like that. That's really, really uncool. Lurker? Right on, Smarsh. Thanks for lurking all this time, dude. Dude, KSP TV went out a long time ago. Like, huh. Hey, Lev, 21-month resub. Thank you. Anyway.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ren gifted out 2 subs. Honestly, it was better for both parties. Clearly it wasn't from the results from this race.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Schmoog. Guys got gifted more stuff. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. It does, Hans, yeah. That's an Italian thing. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright. Is this where we make 3D Doritos fly? It is. Alright. Is that a hype train to start the day? Okay. Let's go. So, this is going to be a crunch week. The deadline for the SSDO is on Friday. Every day, we will stream every day this week. And, yeah, we'll stream every day this week. And we'll grind it out. And hopefully it gets done. I don't know if you checked the numbers, but you almost had 1,000 people watch the SSDO launch on Saturday. Close to episode 100. Cool. I didn't, for what it's worth, dude, but, well, that doesn't suck. Real talk, the actual 3D Dorito disappointed me. It's not normal nacho, it's chili cheese nacho, and it tastes off even in that department. What? Oh, okay. Alright. Sorry, I just had lunch, so food is on the brain. Oh, okay. I'm looking around. Alright. Okay, let's go. So now that, of course, I Still Love You is having her draft lowered to prepare for the journey west, it appears that the draft for missions is about 12 feet, 3.65 meters. Oh, okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Man, I gotta get warmed up. Still tired. I didn't sleep very much. After GTA on Saturday, I went to bed and took basically a nap. And then I woke up. And watched the F1 race. And then I didn't go to sleep until like 10 yesterday p.m. I'm feeling the effects of that pretty badly. Pretty badly. It's gonna take a second to wake up today, but shouldn't be a problem. All right, we ready? I gotta turn on the air conditioner. It's already getting hot in here. It is scorching outside today. Sorry for the background noise if it happens. Okay, anything else? Do I have enough coffee? I have enough coffee. Do I have enough water? Okay, water could do with the topping off. Water could do with the topping off. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, I got my water, and Jesus, it's sweating already, dude. I just poured this. I just freaking poured this. This is ridiculous. It's freaking, dude, it is toasty in here. Look at this. Let me centigrade it for people. It's toasty in here. Also, this needs to be cleaned. Here, I will take some condensation water and clean it. Yeah, it's toasty, dude. And this is inside, man. This is inside. Outside, it is like, dude, we had a day last week where it was 10 centigrade. And now it's 30. It's like, no. All right. Yeah, it's 82 in here, and that was before I turned the computers on. So, yeah, man. And you know what the thing is? Like, I like the warm weather, G. I'd rather this than minus 10 in the snow. I'm serious. Any day of the week. Like, it's hot. I get it. It's hot, but I like the heat, man. Bring on the heat. Look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna get so tan this year. I'm gonna freaking chroma out. Just remember, climate change isn't real. Well, magic isn't real, you idiot. Read a book. Hey. All right. When is it? When invisible, dude? I'm gonna be tan up. Be tan as hell up in here. There's a reason I wore my scarf and hoodie jacket when I was down in Florida in April. I was out. They gave us a half day. Nice. Screw the heat. Give me snow. Or we could. Here, Hibbit, I got another idea. You know what we could do? We could give you L's if you want. Do you know what L's are? Do you want L's? Skin Under Watch has winter tone right now. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Hibbit, where'd you go? Come on back. We could give you L's. L's as in losses, as in the Yankees got swept, son. The Yankees got swept. Oh, God, in an extra innings, too. I'm about to go get my Red Sox hat, man. No, dude, they were fun games, man. I actually got to watch a baseball game yesterday. Holy balls. I haven't watched a full baseball game. Well, I have one. I have watched a full baseball game when we went to Fenway Park a couple months ago, but are you talking about some kind of sports ball? No, this isn't sports ball. This is ball stick. Yeah, ball stick. VR has tried to give him the game. Also, those umps were awful. You know what? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Live by the sword, die by the sword, man. Hey, you know what? I'm happy for you. Let's see who's still playing in October. Don't do that. All right, hang on. AL East. Where are we at? Freaking Rays, dude. What is it with sports from Tampa doing well lately? This is ridiculous. It's Tampa. Plays in Florida. Plays inside. Ridiculous. Jays are doing our dude. What's going? What? Okay, Hibbit. Seriously though, what is this about? Do you have a problem with my Rays? The Rays, yeah. The Lightning, yeah. It's too hot for a hockey team. The Bucks, though, we're good. It's the Tom Brady. well. Their salaries paid by our luxury tax. Ours is in Yankees and the Sox. Savage, dude. They're 38 and 23. Dude. How? Jeez, man. They're way over 500. I mean, so are we. We're doing okay. The Jays are doing all right. What's that about? And then, the Orioles killed the Orioles beat, who did they play? They beat them 18 to 3 or something. They played, or 18 to 5 was the final when they played the Indians. Wow. The dude should be instantly fired for upping the rest of the season. Man, what's going on? And then the Dodgers lost again over in the NL. What's going on over there? We're down a starter and our boys haven't been hitting. It's not great. Yeah. You're actually going to your first Fenway game this Thursday. Right on, dude. Go Tribe. Yeah, I mean they're doing fine though. How's the Tigers doing? The Tigers. Hang on. Let's see. Not great. Not great. Not ideal. 24 and 35 is dead last in AL Central. Yep. Okay. 407, 13-15 at home, 11-20 at away. That's 5. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. That's not ideal, man. Oh, guitar. Even the Yankees aren't sub 500.
Go at throttle up.
DeJong, what's up, man? Okay. Twins have been crap. Listen, we're only allowed to have one good sports team in Cleveland. It's the Browns' time to shine, so a Cleveland baseball team has to take the back seat for the next few years. Okay? That's fair. Flew to Boston to watch a game, and they had no hot dogs cooked by the 7th inning stretch. And they said it would be another 45 minutes until they were ready. That's a fluke. I was at Fenway like last month. I was at Fenway like last month and got a dog in the 7th inning stretch. Bremo and I actually got to go to a game for a change. That was pretty cool. There's an actual ump still employed by the NLD that is admitted to guessing strikes and balls. There's an actual tire engineer that is admitted to not knowing when the tire compound's going to degrade, but he still has a job, so what? This was in 2019. Interesting. All right. Managed to catch up the VODs from Thursday to Saturday. This SSTO pad and jet tug were great. Love the jet tug. Such a Kerbal solution. Yeah, it works pretty dang well, Riv. I really wish we'd come up with a better one, but you know what? I'll come up with a better one later. It was a great race. Well done, Baku. Alright, so... have you seen the strike zone? I don't know what you're talking about. The strike zone looked fine to me. It looked fine to me. I think you need glasses. Okay, so we have decided to put some orbiter maneuvering thrusters on this thing. The orbital maneuvering thrusters are kind of at the expense of mass here, but because the Terrier engines are so ridiculously light, 500 kilograms with a 345 specific impulse, the 1 ton of mass that we've added to the vehicle, right? To the vehicle. Here, you know what? I'll explain it in Bill voice. The extra engines that we've added to the vehicle should be able to get the thing up into space on a routine basis. It makes it more tail heavy though. Nah, not by much. These things are super light and they're super close to the center of mass. We need more Dr. C. Well, I tell you, chat, I am very excited about these upgrades that we've been making to this vehicle. We have added some orbiter maneuvering engines that will get it to be able to fly in space better. And we have also added a couple of other things that I think you will be really excited about. No, not Bill Clinton. That was another Bill. That was Bill Nelson. That one was Dr. Zarbukin. Yeah, he's very good. We must deal with it. It's so bad. All right. Come on, play the part. You have to stare into Chet's soul. Wait, what? What? Where was I? I don't know what to do. Can you do a Rick and Morty impression? I tell you, my Rick is not that good, but my Morty game is pretty on point. What did I use to get the rear end to look like this? No, they're flags. Flags, and then I just have a bunch of color swatches for flags. And look at all these pretty colors. You celebrate all these different colors, and then maybe some circles too. Of course I can stack this. Dr. Zoidberg, I tell you, I can do that very well. Young lady, bring me a sandwich from the dumpster and leave the maggots on it. Alright. Impression time is over. Thank you very much. Look at this, because the last one crashed into the water. It sank to the bottom, and I became Dr. Zoidberg, homeowner. Okay. Do the impression of EJ building an SSTO. Nah, I can't do that one. Come on, nah. Come on, nah. Alright. Let's go. We'll start money talks over again. Okay, so we made some upgrades to this thing. We added the Terrier engines to the back. We did some quick calculations out, and the Terrier engines don't really make sense, obviously, until you get to the upper parts of the atmosphere. But I think after, with the final, 1,000 units of liquid fuel, give or take, once the fuel loads read, the fuel loads will read 1,200, 1,200 because we have 200 here. Once we go below 1,000 liquid fuel in the tanks, we should switch to the OHMS engines and circularize that way. We would get a good amount of Delta V. Found this cool sandwich maker you might like. Oh. Yeah. Now, the other thing is that I lowered the roll control thrusters, and then I modified the front here. This thing still doesn't have forward and back translate thrusters, but, yeah. Did you finish the pad? For this thing, it works. Does that help? Works. I redesigned the redesign, so I redesigned it enough so it does. One went up into space, Ryan. It just didn't come back down, but that was because of another problem. I had the Delta V to come back down. I just had a communications blackout. My comms weren't strong enough, so I upgraded our antennas to an RA2 from an HG55. So this thing should have signal all the way through. The good thing is that this thing sailed through re-entry perfectly. I did add a small stability assist controller to it, yep. And then I think forward RCS was taken up out of the fairing, that's right, yep. Yep. It should fly. It should be good. I noticed that there were some things that I needed to mess with the pad, but honestly, what I want to do is basically just fly this again with the vernier engines. I'm prepared to sack another bit of fuel. I mean, these aren't ideal circumstances, but I'm pressed for time, so I think, yeah, I mean, seriously, we're going to need to control that a little bit more. So I took the shuttle engine's gimbal down a little bit. The pad does bend and flex at launch, and I know why it does it, or at least I'm pretty sure. And I think I'm pretty sure we could fix it too, so. I thought the mullet was hot, the mustache was amazing. Hopefully there's some scenario in the future, Oni Cage, where we can do both of those things at the same time. Did you do the Ohms engines? Yeah, the Terrier engines are right there. I mean, we should be alright, like. The pads seem to do okay. It's still drifting a little bit, but it did bend on one side. Basically, when I launched up, it started to pivot this way, and that's why when we launched, we kind of hurled the vehicle to the right a little bit. It would be nice if we had a way to secure this thing, but I'm just not sure how we could do it. Maybe I might send a Kerbal out here. Probably would be better to get a Kerbal out here. Maybe we could strut the pad down. We'll test that stuff out in a moment. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. Well, was that hydraulics on this? Yes. Yeah, Mercs. Yeah, here, I'll show you. I don't know if we're necessarily going to launch right now. There's some things I got to look into with pad integration. So I might integrate it and then take it off. Yeah, Snackless, this is the real only good way to get this thing up the ramp that was quick. It's not the most glamorous solution. I'm not really too happy about it, but once again, we're a little pressed on time here, so. Are you aiming for another launch today or just redeveloping the pad? Velo, alright. Hold on. Look. This is a development program, dude. I know you come in and you ask every day, are we going to do this? Are we going to do this? It's a development program. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I can seriously say that. I don't know. It depends. I have to do test flights. I have to test this stuff out, and I have to make sure it works. And what I'm going to do depends on what the test flight is going to, what the results of the tests. Honestly, like, so I have no idea. I have no clue, dude. Some days it's a little more certain than others, but I seriously don't know. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's testing. So let's get this thing figured out and we'll go. Like, that's the thing about the test, dude. It's all pending results, you know? Don't apologize. No. Villa, I'm not... Look, I'm not trying to be like, oh, piss off, stop asking me. No. Keep coming and asking. But understand that... I don't know. I have no idea. Today, it really... So when we launched last time, our margins were really, really close, to the point where it basically didn't work. I had to use payload fuel to get back down. I won't always have that kind of luxury, right? But this is why I test with payload fuel, with fuel in the payload bay. Like, that's why I test that way. But with that being said, like, we used the payload fuel in the last orbital test, so I didn't really get a good reading on whether the system works correctly. Well, I mean, I did, for the most part. And we also had another terrible ascent profile, but this one was a little bit better. It wasn't the worst. But either way, dude, like, I gotta test it again. So what happens here, depending on how well this system works, is really kind of, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna go with it. But either way, don't apologize and don't stop asking questions. I'm trying to explain. It's hard to explain, like, what I'm going to do, you know? Like, I don't know. I can't predict the future. It really depends on the test outcome, you know? But either way, I don't want you apologizing for asking questions. Don't do that. It's so stupid. Oh crap. We're going a little too fast. Stop. Stop. Please. Stop. Please stop. Thank you. I mean, the thing works, so... Here, let's get this thing... Yeah, this is why I wanted to test this. I was wondering if I placed the orbiter maneuvering engines out far enough, and I don't think I did. That's not good. Oh no, I did. Alright.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That usually does it. What did you think about yesterday's race? Loved it. Great race.
Discovery, go at
Fun
throttle
to
up.
watch. Hey Sawyer, what's going on? Getting close to the 5-year mark, and it's been a great 57 months thus far. Thanks, man. Glad to see you're still going. Glad to call you a friend. Right on, man. Likewise. I'm right there with you, Sawyer. Where are we getting stuck? I don't understand. Did you enjoy the NASCAR race? Fell asleep. I fell asleep again, Bandit, so not really.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sorry, seeing freaking Kyle Larson win over and over again is boring. It's not fun to watch, and I'm losing interest very quickly. I don't understand why this isn't working. What are we stuck on? I don't understand. What could we possibly be stuck on? Oh, it is the orbiter maneuvering engines. Yep. Alright. Okay. This is why I wanted to test integration again. Baku GP never disappoints. It's certainly fun. The shroud is still collidable even if it's there, Sim. Alright, we gotta make some revisions to prototype 14. Also, that thing looks bent. It's bent. The hinges are drifting. Badly. Look. Yeah, that whole thing is bent. Yeah, really bad robotic drift, Sneaky. Just ZT space, bro. ZT space. That didn't fix the robotic drift, Ice. You had something to say for yourself? We're trying to fix robotic drift. What are you trying to do? Oh, you're trying to get me to launch it. Yeah. Yeah, that's not how this works.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
No, Ice, I know what you were doing. I'll launch it when I'm ready, man. What was that? Are we really gonna start the day like this? Still getting caught up on my membership dues when I was a jobless bum. Thanks for all the Charmin 19 streams. Nice. Thanks for a crazy amount of consistency, and most of all, thanks for cutting the hair. Oh, what the hell, Aces? Are you serious? Do not hit space again. The next stage is the launch clamps. Guys, I engineered this thing. I know how it works. You're gonna do me like that? Yeah, no, it's all good, man. It's all good. I just get people telling me to constantly launch all the time. Well, if my launch pad is bent, that means the rocket's gonna be bent on the launch pad. Yeah, I don't want that. I build my own pads, dude. I haven't launched one thing off of this. Alright. Guys, this... Honestly, during integration, this thing wasn't drifting as much, but it's drifting very, very, very badly right now. Good indicator is these outside hinges. These should be parallel. It's terrible. That's really good. I mean, not really good. That's really bad. A lot worse than I thought it would be. How about the inner hinges? What are they up to? Yeah. So see this hinge, that hinge, that hinge, and that hinge? Those should all be parallel. It's pretty bad. And those hinges aren't even pointed in the right direction for whatever reason. Jim, I gotta move the orbiter maneuvering engines out. They're getting in the way of the launch. No, take your time for sure. I was just trying to be funny. I know. Okay, yeah, it's all good. I understood the joke. It's just sometimes it's fun to take it literally. Because I knew it wouldn't do anything. Sneaky is right, though. If I hit space again, that whole pad's gonna explode. It's all good. I'm dishing it right back, dude. I might need Twitch support here. How could I have attached a message to my sub? The sub message is somewhat lost on chat. Please read. Well, I saw a 3-month resub, but with no message attached to it. Kev had a sub in there, too, from Future Kraken Strikes. Yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ice King, if you don't know me, I like to dish it right back to chat. If chat's gonna crap post in chat, I'm gonna crap post in the game right back. You know what I mean? Like, that's how this works. That's what I do. Except when I'm serious. When I'm serious, please don't. He's a meanie poo? Yeah. Look in the mirror, pal. Did you see this? The United States agreed to transfer Russian space rocket ship Sea Launch to the Russian S-7 company under the condition it will not complete with Elon Musk's SpaceX, said Dmitry Rogozin. That, yep, I'll tell you right now, Boo, that probably got taken way out of context. Yeah, that probably got taken out of context. Yeah, because there's no way that, alright, it's not really how that works.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Vasi, a 28-month resub. I gotta translate that. Aha. Nice. Katya's replaying the same stuff. Alright, Thomas. Alright, here's how we solve this problem. We don't listen to somebody that said somebody said this. How about we go and find what Dmitry said and, you know, listen to him because he's the one that said it. Let's go right to the primary source. So go right to the primary source and figure out what he said instead of saying, oh, well, this person said this and this person said this. I see where this conversation is going. So I'm just going to be preemptive and say, let's go right. Is there any footage of Dmitry Rogozin saying this? And if so, link it to me. We'll watch it. And I'll bet you money that was taken out of context. Because that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. Why would you say that? How can you even enforce this? What's competing with SpaceX? I don't understand. If so, I would like to see the contract, which we'll probably never see. So, see what I'm talking about, man? Like, I see where this conversation is going, and no, let's be preemptive about it. Hey, what are we up to today? Messing with the SSTO. Just Space, the pad did not fare as well as I thought it would. And that's not ideal. I'm not too incredibly pumped about that. EJ didn't read my sub message. Look at my sub message. It's very important too. Oh man, I gotta wake up. How much to move the boosters? It shouldn't be too hard. We gotta be careful though, because see, the collider is still there. That bubble collider, this thing, it's still there even if you get rid of it. See, I'm not selecting the engine, but it's still selecting the engine, so you gotta be careful. Come on, little air conditioner. Come on, little air conditioner. All right, I gotta put this to full blast. I gotta put this to full blast. High power. Are those some numbers I'm too metric to understand? I showed it in metric first, you dope! Look! You know why? Because if I show it in Fahrenheit first, all the metric people complain. If I show it in metric first and then show it in Fahrenheit, the Fahrenheit people don't complain. Why is that? Why is that? Why does that happen? Why does that why does that happen? Why does that happen? Set a cup of ice in front of the vent. It will help. Yeah. There's no shelves near that. I'm also a lizard. Oh, you showed it in metric first and I still comprehended, so you can't win. Oh, man. Even on my stream, I get no respect, I tell you. No respect. No, you missed it. We launched it, brought it back. We rolled it into the hangar, Papa Bear. I did that all in the hour and 14 minutes of uptime. Sorry, man. Yeah, no more test flights ever. You never get to see. No, I haven't test flown it yet. It had trouble hooking up to the pad. These things were getting in the way. Also, guys, I'll be honest, I'm a little worried about the launch pad. That's not good. The thing is very, very bent. Yeah. Bad. It's worse than I thought it was, than I thought it would be. Here, let's go in here. We can just use that, that's fine. The bend with the hydraulics are a lot worse than I thought they would be. All right, that shouldn't get in the way of anything. Cool. All right, this one should be good. I hope the jet truck isn't in the way. Who told the launch pad to get bent? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Izzik, what's going on, dude? So, fellas, look at the pad. All right. So we know if we line up the horizon of the top of the VAB, right? These should be parallel, right? Look at that. This whole thing is totally bent. And my hinges are floating. All of them are. Yeah, this didn't work as well as I thought it would. Crap. See how, like, if you look at the base plate of the pad right here, everything lines up. The top of the VAB and the top of the pad is perfectly parallel. But the top of this thing, it's like apparent just via sight. That's no good. That's really not a good thing. The whole launch table is bent to one side. It's dipped down on this side. Now, I'm wondering, is that because, like, this one needs to go up a little bit, or does it? No. Okay, what happens if we go down over here? Yeah, see, it's got a roll of 3 degrees. That's no good, man. That's really bad. Crap. It's single stage to ocean. Oh, you guys are talking about sea launch. Yeah. You know what? If it happens once, could just be a freak accident. If it happens twice, it could still just be a freak accident, but you might want to, you know, test it again.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Excuse me. Sorry, turbo. 3 times is a trend. So, I'm wondering if attaching this again to this thing will fix it. Let's see. I'll attach another SSTO to it. It might explode. Catch Sync, 48-month resub. J-Speed, I'm honestly thinking going to a hybrid system. Going back to the hybrid system, like Condor's pad. Because the hinges that aren't drifting are the transporter erector. The launch box is drifting, though. And that's not okay. Yeah, we got a lot of turbo lag. I like this, it streamlines the process. Well, I can do it without... Well, you don't need $1 million to do nothing. Take a look at my cousin. He's broke, don't do nothing. Drift would be fixed if I redeployed the pad. Yeah, Havocs, but I really don't want to do that. That makes no sense. This whole freaking thing is moved. The whole thing moved. Look. Yep. Yep. It's that problem. Also, so the whole pad has moved. It rotated like this. Or, well, I should say like that. The whole thing rotated. I don't know why. But if I untime warp the pad, look. See what I'm talking about? The Kraken be lurking here, lads. The Kraken be lurking here. We did, TNT, and it looks like that problem has not been solved. Which is the original reason why I didn't want to use them in the first place. They do drift. Yeah, the launch pad hinges drift as well, guys. They do. Yeah, that's an issue. It is collidable J-speed, yes. I don't know for sure, Aces, but I have a sneaking feeling that that's what it's going to do. I wouldn't do that, just space. That would make it worse. I don't think it'd necessarily be dumb, but when we're down here, why not just have rover wheels move it, Ren? I'll do a fit test. I don't think we'd get an explosion from a fitment test. I don't think we would. Actually, I'm pretty damn sure we won't. Stuff will be bent, though. We definitely can't launch. I'm serious about that. Look, I don't mind yeeting this thing into the water if we have to. But what I don't want is it blowing up on the pad. I want to get some flight results. That's the only way that expending this thing... Getting some good flight data, that's the only way that expending one of these SSTOs is justifiable. In my mind, at least. In that regard, we might need to switch back to I-beams holding it up. And I don't mind doing that. That's fine. It should work. Putting girders here instead should be perfectly acceptable. That should work just fine. To be 100% real, I'm wondering what's going to happen, you know, once we leave the scene, because then we've eliminated the drift problem, so this thing will always try to relocate right back into the right position. And I could use the pipes as a datum for the pad to hook into, so it always aligns correctly. That could work. And putting rover wheels on it or something, Ren, and unlocking it and locking it back into position could work just fine. That way it would be like the crane. It would just move back and forth. Take it off the runway. Jonathan, this is a vertical takeoff, horizontal landing rocket. Okay? Saying that this thing should launch off the runway. Saying that this thing should launch off the runway is about as absurd as saying this should launch off the runway because it has wings. Oh, well, it's horizontal there. It's horizontal. It has wings and landing gear. Let's launch it on the runway. You understand? It's a rocket. Nobody goes to Elon Musk and said, hey, it'd be better if you launched it down the runway. Right? Gotta remember that, dude. It's a rocket. It's not a plane. It's a space plane. Differences. Kraken eats vehicles that are 21 kilometers out of range, Kyle. You lose your Strata launcher every time. Let's compromise. Launch it at 45 degrees. What are the main objectives of today? I'm trying to get this thing into operational test flights, Ismic. That's the window. I revamped this to have ohms thrusters on it for orbital maneuvers, which could save us some Delta V in the long run and push this thing into operational capacity. But the more and more I think about it, dudes, and the pad is what's doing this. The more and more I think about this, guys, I don't want to say it. It's going to hurt to say. Even with the orbiter maneuvering thrusters, guys, the margins are so ridiculously close to not being right. All it's going to take is one launch from me with this thing, where I'm like paying attention to chat more or not paying attention to chat more, to mean we lose an SSTO and payload because it doesn't make it into space. It's just something that I've had in the back of my mind. What's the problem with the pad? Eisenar, it's drifting. And don't get me wrong, the crane pad drifted too. This one's drifting a lot worse than the last one. Okay, Ren. I'm glad that worked for whatever you were trying to accomplish. Yeah, Ismic, check this out, dude. Here, I'll show you. Here, let me switch back over. Dude, look at the launch plate. Dude, I don't know what to do with this. Like, root parting a launch clamp hydros. So, alright. Okay, there's a little bit of an explanation. I owe you guys a little bit of an explanation for this. And it's my fault. I should have known. And I should have known because I do know this. So, a long time ago, when I was building launch pads, when I was first learning how to do this, okay? When I was first learning the ropes of trying to build a launch pad. And when I say learning the ropes, I mean throwing stuff at the wall and seeing if it sticks, because that's how I had to do it, because nobody had built a launch pad previously. Lots and lots and lots of explosions were had. Lots of explosions. Oh yeah. Yeah, lots of explosions. So, here's one thing we figured out. We figured out that it's better, and I don't know why I don't know why I thought this would be better and it would be different this time. One of the things that we figured out is to basically do not put your pad on the pad. Not in the fact that we have the panels hanging off the side, that's no big deal. But the fact that the pad this shape itself does drift. It's actually not the launch clamps that are drifting. It's the pad underneath the launch clamps also. It's the part, and in this case, it's the hexagonal tiles that are moving. This thing stays relative. You ever notice in KSP, sometimes when you come back, there's textures that are squashed and stretched all over the place when you come back and land? Anyone ever notice that? Similar, I mean, that's textures, but it's a similar thing. Point that I'm trying to get is KSP is not the exact same as when you left. It moves. These plates actually move slightly. Very, very, very slight. It's very slight and it's hard to see. The hexagonal tiles that hold these things down, that you launch next to, they always move around. I know that for a fact because I've tested it. I tested Condor, a billion Condor launch pads that had launch clamps that were bolted directly to the pad. And I don't know why I thought it would be a good idea, but I ended up doing it anyway. I knew from past pads where I just bolted it right to this thing. From past launch pad designs, I knew that this wasn't going to work. Look, you can even see it happening here. Take a look. See that launch clamp? That launch clamp is on the table. These ones are drifting off the pad. And it's not because the clamps actually drift. They don't. It's the terrain. Or not the terrain. It's this piece right here. The plate. The launch plate actually moves. Yeah, I know that for a fact. And honestly, with this pad, I'm seeing the repeat effect of that. Because look, I can tell it's drifting. Or the plate is drifting under it. Because, see these I-beams right here? Those girder segments are touching the ground. That one is not. Look at how long it takes me to select this. I'm actually selecting with my mouse over here. Now, here's the thing. I could swap these out with girder segments and have it sit on the ground just like the other pad. We could just have it sit down right here, and it should work. Anytime the tiles move around, what the game will do is just drop the pad back down into position. So it'll move with the terrain. And if I make some kind of system for it to locate itself on this ramp right here, it should be fine. And then that coupled with the weight of fuel should be okay. Shouldn't move. But even if I do that, it still doesn't solve our it still doesn't solve this problem. This, like every other transporter erector that I've gone to make, even though I tried my best efforts to make this thing not drift, it still definitely drifts badly. Okay, so see all these hinges? Look at the bottom plate of these G11 hinges right here. See this? All of the hinges that say G11 on it, which is every one of these hinges here, the bottom plate should be parallel. All of these should be parallel. That one is misaligned to that one. Now look at the center. Misaligned, misaligned, misaligned. Look at all of them. Those all should be straight. And the entire launch table is bent to one side for one reason. Now we could sit here and we could refine this. Have you tried bolting it down? What are you bolting it down to? What, Slow Chief? Yeah, Isbik, basically I'm running into a lot. We're swimming upstream, dude. We're swimming upstream with this project. But here's the thing. Look. I'm not trying to sit here and say this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is the problem. We're fighting upstream. That's the real thing. We want to do something different. We want to do something different than launching Freedom rockets, which you guys want to do, right? And I want to as well, because I want to push the envelope. We're going to run into problems. This is KSP, man. This is why with the Freedom rockets, I was so hesitant to change anything on the pad, because I know that we actually made a pad that worked for a change. The Freedom pad is still the only pad that can routinely launch a rocket that I have. Now, that's not to say that I don't want to go and mess with transporter erectors again. Those hinges are drifting on that pad, but they are drifting significantly less than any other hinged pad that I have ever made. So, here's where I'm at. We could keep refining this design. I could keep trying to dial it in, and we're just basically going to be chasing hinge drift for the next week. Or I could redesign it. I could redesign it and be able to make it a hybrid Kraken tech system like Condor's pad. We know that works, because Condor's pad works. Badly, but it does work. I could do Kraken tech. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. I know that works. As long as I understand the docking vessel hierarchy, it'll work right every time. Is hinge drift a result of physics load or unload? Partially, Panta. Yeah, partially. No, not a chat vote time. This is the engineering decisions. These are my decisions. All right? You guys decide what we want to do, and I'll decide the way to do it. Say it out loud. The entire what I want to do is, because the margins are so close with that SSTO, and because the pad has so many just problems with it, I want to redesign. I want to redesign. Now that's what my engineering gut is telling me to do. Redesign the SSTO. Redesign it. Redesign it. Don't press it into service, because I know like, the only reason I even bring it up, dudes, is because this is exactly what my gut was telling me with Dart. I don't want to lose an SSTO because I screwed up the ascent profile because I didn't get it to go into space good enough. You know what I mean? I'd rather make it so it for sure gets into space and take a hit on payload mass, but make up for that in the fact that we can reintegrate and launch this thing every hour. You know what I mean? And redesigning it does not mean launching it from the runway. That doesn't mean a catapult. That doesn't mean a ski ramp. I know ski ramps don't work very well in KSP. And I know people will be like, oh, well, this person did it with a YouTube video. No, trust me. Trying to make a ski ramp for a rocket, very difficult. It's very difficult to keep the ramp to stay still. I have to make the ramp heavier than the outward angular momentum is going to put load on the ramp. And the ramp needs to be able to put more load on the ground than the angular outward momentum of the thing going off of it. I.e., a ski ramp works on an aircraft carrier, where the aircraft carrier is way heavier than the plane that it's going to launch, correct? Ski ramps work in real life when I can bolt stuff to the ground. When you can bolt stuff to the ground. Every ramp that every car has ever gone off of has been bolted to the ground in some way, shape, or form and has a huge foundation. It's very clear that bolting stuff to the ground in Kerbal is a no-no. So I'm not doing anything like that. I know that stuff doesn't work. This works, but this works better. It still doesn't work, but it works better. But honestly, where I'm at is that I would rather engineer this thing to have way more delta V, but I'm just not sure how we're going to do it. I'd rather engineer this thing to have way more delta V, and make sure it gets into space every time and have a surplus of fuel that I have to dump every time, rather than, hoping on a whim and a prayer that it's going to make it into space every time. Ismic, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you. This thing is awesome. From the second orbiter flight test, did you see this thing sail through re-entry? The arrow shell is a good idea, and the arrow shell works. It does work. It absolutely works. The arrow shell is amazing. The thing sailed through re-entry with no gyros. It sailed through re-entry perfect. It didn't even max out RCS, which means this design, the aeroshell design, is excellent. I don't know. We're at another crossroads, and we're going to encounter more of these crossroads as we get closer to the deadline, because this thing is supposed to be a long-term thing. You guys wanted SSTOs to be my lifter, and you wanted these to be the dedicated lifters, so I'm trying to make something that I can launch a lot and last a long time. You know what? I agree. Redesign it better. Don't fall for sunk costs like we did with Dart. You see it sail into the sea? I flew it into the ocean, alright? Let's be real. You could add a counterbalance on the other side of the SSTO, which would save Delta V on launch and have more Delta V. You... Sea Dragon, I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure you don't understand what Delta V means. That's fine. It sucks that game limitations are the issue. That's never stopped me before, Damage Case. I'll figure out a way to make it work. Yeah, Far Night, I can recover the pad periodically, but this is after one launch. This is after one launch. It's visually broken. The other pad did not have this problem. The other pad could be out there for 10, 20 launches. I think the most we got to was like 13 or something. The crane had to be taken apart and rebuilt every 10 times, I think. This thing, like, dude, Far Night, look at it. Look at, just stare at it for a second. Look at how bent it is. The launch table is like this, and the pad is like this, and then on top of that, the entire pad is bent. Look what happens when I time warp. Watch. See the panels? Those don't look too bad, right? Look. Boop. That's a problem. See what I mean? It's no good, man. Maybe design the big boy from the start. That way there's no need to scale up the SSTO. Well, that's not... If I had more money right now, and no, I'm not asking for funds. I don't want to ask for funds until I fail the deadline. If I had more money, I would have just scaled to the big SSTO by now. That's what I originally wanted to do. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Alright. Fellas, we gotta go into build mode. Alright, let's think. So, what's the pressing issue here? Pressing issue, believe it or not, is the pad. Okay? That's the issue. But that thing not making it into space is also a problem. Alright. We're going to keep going with the ohms thrusters. Alright? You know what? Let's test fly today. Alright? I'm going to try to launch this. It's not going to be pretty. It ain't going to be a pretty liftoff. I'll tell you that right now. I'm going to try to launch this into position. Okay? Sometimes docking and undocking stuff can knock it back into position. Alright? I'm going to try for it. And pending the results of this test, okay? Pending the results of this test will tell me what I want to do. If we opt for a redesign, I'm going to redesign the small one to be a little bit bigger and give it the margins that it needs. Okay? That's not going to be too big of a that's not going to be too difficult. It shouldn't be that hard. Now, with that being said, if this thing does what I want it to do, if that SSTO does what I want it to do within margins, for, you know, if it does it, then then, you know, I think it would be good to keep going with it, and then we redesign the pad, okay? That way we can be sure that the SSDO works and go from there. So, yeah, all right, we're going to test fly. We're going to fly it. I'll try to use the broken pad. It's not going to end well, but I'll try to do it. So, let's get to it. Let's start this over again. It's possible, Ren, yeah. Wouldn't it be wise to go to the big one and ask for additional funding? Do we want to risk 500 G's, Steiner, every time I want to launch something into space, dude? Well, I mean... Like, that's an honest question. I'm not being rhetorical right now. That's an honest one. Do we want to do that? We'll read the rest of your comment, just not part of it. All right. Since the big one has way more promising margins, would it actually be wise to go for the big one and ask for additional funding, especially since the design is now more or less tested to be working in all phases? It's only the Delta V that falls short, the big upside of the big one. Sneaky, if I redesign it just a little bit and we scale up the small one, yeah, I could get it for just crew only, and it would be a great crew access vehicle. So, it would be like Ares 1. It would be a great crew access vehicle, but only that. And maybe some small sats, maybe. The big one will be the one that we need. However, Steiner, with what you're saying, yeah, I mean... Steiner, I got it through re-entry, right? But I didn't get it through transonic. And I didn't get it back to the runway. I know the aeroshell flies well through re-entry, but I do need to dial in the re-entry trajectory because, right, theoretically, this one, right, the big one should fly exactly like this one does if I build it exactly the same, right? It should fly exactly the same. So I'd rather use the small one to dial in a re-entry path. And I didn't get that information with the last test flight. I know it can sail through re-entry really well. But I got like the first part of re-entry. We didn't get the second part because of the communications blackout, you know? And this one should solve that problem. Yeah. Yeah, deciding upon outcome is the right move. Let's do it. All right, let's get this thing up there. But yeah, Just Space, that's the other thing I was thinking. It's a good interim. This thing with crew is a good interim thing. And that's why, well, Just Space, that exact reason is why I thought it would be a good idea to even go back to working with this thing, right? This thing is sick, though. It's so cool. Seeing it go through re-entry was amazing. I just really want to be able to fly the thing through re-entry to really get a good understanding how it works. Does it have a name? It's just... Arrowhead is kind of the running name for this, but that's not the official name. Yeah, see, stuff's already starting to move out of whack because, look, we already started breaking wheels because the panels aren't straight. Let's see what this does. How many times has this pad erected this vehicle so far? This pad has put... This will be the third time without this pad being recovered. Second time for a launch. I'm glad you like it, Jared. Thanks, man. Is this the full-size one? No. What are you testing? We're gonna do another orbital flight test here. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, that's the right move. I mean, Steiner, we could do that. Pad looks awesome. Thanks. As expected, the whole thing is bent that way. I mean, look at the nav ball. The whole thing's bent. The whole thing's pointed slightly this way. Pistons aren't symmetry, dude. I have extension limits. I'm thinking, guys. All right. Wait, did this thing like knock itself back into position or something? Because it's not doing that thing anymore, guys. Look, time warping is not. It didn't knock this stuff back into position, right? It didn't knock any. All right. Well, that's not a bad problem, or not a bad thing here, guys. It is still tilted. It's very much tilted to this side. Yeah, it does happen, and that's the other reason why I wanted to send it. Maybe it'll knock it back into position, and it looks like it did. So let me move this off the pad and we'll get a fuel truck. Oh! Can I get like 30 likes for that save, please? No, I don't care. That was close. Yeah. Probably had something to do with the control point being that. Yeah. Yeah, that was the control point. Yeah, that probably had something to do with it. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. Yeah, that probably. All right, let's get the fuel trucks out. See what it does. Damn it, Pirelli! Nice, Vex. Yeah, J-Suite, I don't know. What do you think would happen if you did a full duration static fire? Well, I'm not sure if anything useful would happen. The pad's gonna tilt, Steiner. That's the other thing I have to worry about. The pad's gonna tilt. It's going to. The gimbal on the engines should be able to compensate. It's not like Freedom, guys. The gimbals on the shuttle engines should compensate. What's going to happen is that we're going to slew a little bit off the pad, and the engines are going to point in different directions, and they'll probably cook something on the pad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to do. Oh, the other thing that we have to check is I've never fueled up the pad with one of these on it. What's this thing set as right now? Rename vessel. It's set as a rover. Does rover overpower ship in... Hang on. I gotta check something real quick, guys. I have to make sure. Because if we dock the fuel truck to it and the vessel hierarchy isn't right, it's gonna blow up. It'll explode. KSP vessel hierarchy. Vessel class reference. Nope. Priority is from lowest to highest. Debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. Yep, okay, we're good. Is it affect Delta V? What do you mean, Buzzard?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, Riv, that's kind of what I think we're in agreement there in that regard. Hey, Anth. Morning. Eric the Red, 18-month resub. Probably means, does it affect Delta V? Launching it a little sideways? Absolutely. Yeah, that means I have to use... That means I'm going to have to use some of the thrust that the engines... So it affects Delta V in ways you don't... In ways that are a little bit weird, alright? Slewing off the pad like that is a cosine loss of thrust, okay? So... So, here's the ground, right? This is gravity. Gravity points perpendicular, alright? So the angle there is 90, right? It points perpendicular to the ground, right? So
Discovery,
you have
go
your
at
ground
throttle up.
and you have G, right? Okay, that's your force of gravity, all right? You have a rocket. The rocket engine is pointed down, right? And then here's your rocket. The rocket engine points down and goes, right? This is the upward force. That upward force is thrust. That upward force is thrust, okay? Thrust needs to be greater than G. If your thrust is not greater than gravity, if you're not pushing up with the same acceleration that gravity is pushing down, you're not going to space. Why? Because you go to fire the rocket engine and your rocket will get pushed down instead of up, right? This relationship is TWR, thrust to weight ratio, okay? Your weight is the effective, your weight right there, operative word. What's weight? Weight is how much effect the force of gravity has on a mass, right? So all weight is measuring is the amount of mass with the force of gravity on it. That's what weight is. That's how much you weigh. It's just the mass, what your mass is, right? Under the acceleration of gravity, right? Weight changes on planets with different gravity, right? Duh. All right. So this right here needs to be like that for this to work correctly. Now, here's another thing that you have to get into. This is where this gets a little complicated, okay? All right. So in trigonometric functions, you have, remember this, anybody? What is it, SOHCAHTOA or whatever? You have sine, cosine, and tangent. So, with rocketry, in this particular application, we need to use cosine, all right? So, now, if the rocket engine here, right, let's just go over here. Here's your ground again. If the rocket engine, right, is pointed slightly different, right, so it's pointed this way on the vehicle, right, that's a very gross exaggeration, right? But if it's pointed that way, that means your thrust is going this way. And that means gravity is going this way. So, you, in this particular scenario, because the forces aren't perfectly parallel, the math starts to get a little bit more difficult. You have to do now we're getting into trig, okay? So, you have to use cosine. You can use cosine here to figure out what your thrust would be, okay? So, in this particular scenario, say your angles, say the engine's theta, right, is, I don't know, let's say we're 10 degrees, like the shuttle engines, for instance, right? Say the change in angle from straight up to straight down is 10 degrees, okay? You do basically not cosine 80, it'd be cosine 90, right? And if you could go do the trig out with engine thrust if you want. Long story short, right? Because you're using cosine here, right? And because you're using a cosine function, the plain English way of saying this is that not all of your engine is being used to combat gravity, okay? Not all the engine is being used to push against gravity. You are experiencing a loss of upward thrust, just slightly, okay? You get a 14% delta V loss if you do cosine 90. Or you get a 14% thrust loss if you use cosine. Why? Well, because your engine is pointed this way and gravity is pointed that way, some of the engine is being used to push the rocket this way, but most of the engine is being used to push the rocket that way. So like 80% of the rocket will be used to push this way and 20% will be used to push that way, right? Now, because you have only 80% of your thrust combating the force of gravity, right? Your TWR goes down. And if your thrust to weight ratio goes down and you start experiencing gravity loss, your delta V can go down. Because the engine is, instead of pushing you to go faster and accelerating you faster, the engine is just doing more and more work to combat the force of gravity. So slewing off the pad does inhibit a delta V loss. Yes, it absolutely does. It inhibits a delta V loss because your thrust to weight ratio isn't as high as it should be, because your engine is focusing on making the vehicle go straight, correcting the vehicle to go straight up, rather than pushing the vehicle straight up from the start. This is why Tim Dodd, for instance, the everyday astronaut, this is why he says pointy end up, flamey end down. That's what that analogy refers to. That analogy refers to, if your rocket's not pointing straight up, you're going to have a problem. Because you're going to screw up the whole ascent profile is going to be wrecked. What about adding a tilt plate on the launch pad so you can adjust for these anomalies? So, Jim, the solution to combating hydraulic and hinge drift is adding more hydraulic and hinges to combat the hinge drift in the first place? That doesn't sound right to me. So, I can give you an example of this type of phenomenon happening on the pad. I'll use my favorite launch vehicle as an example here. Ascent. NASA. Hi, I'm Matt Mellis. I'm an aerospace engineer. All right, check out this footage. I got to find the right footage. This one. Actually, we went right to it. So, this is the shuttle on the launch pad. Shuttle on the launch pad will experience a slight cosine loss in thrust, but it won't be from where you think it is. Okay? It won't. It's not. Well, it'll be where you think it is, but it won't be as bad as you might think it is. Okay? So, the shuttle has two big SRBs, right? 1 and 1. Huge freaking SRBs. They're doing 80% of the work to move this thing upwards. 80% of your high TWR comes from this. 20% comes from these. From the shuttle engines, right? Because the shuttle engines are technically the upper stage engine in this design. It's technically upper stage. But it's not, but it is, right? This is why the shuttle is commonly referred to as a 1.5 stage to orbit. It's a 1.5 STO, right? Now, let's go a little bit further. The engines are pointed out, all right, because they need to point through the center. They need to point through to the external tank. So the engines are angled on the shuttle. Everybody knows this. They're pointed this way, and the stack is going this way. So the shuttle engines do experience a little bit of a cosine loss of thrust on the pad. However, because the SRBs are doing most of the work, it's pretty negligible. It's a very, very, very minor cosine loss. Enough to where angling these engines out will be better for the vehicle up here, that taking a hit on thrust down here is not that much of a problem, okay? So, I can show you this by watching this footage, all right? Check it out. I'm gonna fast forward this footage because it's in slow-mo, so we'll try to see it in a little bit better real time. Now, watch the line on the SRBs, all right? The raceway going down the SRB is pretty much parallel with right here. I'll just leave my mouse on where the raceway is up here at initially at launch. Now watch. My mouse is on the raceway. I'm not moving my mouse left to right. I'm moving it up and down. Look at that. There's cosine loss happening in real time because of the shuttle engine. Well, not in real time, but look. See? See what I'm talking about? You can also tell because of how the flame trench is set up for the shuttle engines. The SRB flame trenches are rectangular. Why is that? Well, because the vehicle goes like this off the pad. It goes that way for a second. Because the shuttle engines, some of the shuttle engines, because they're angled out, some of the thrust is being used to push the vehicle this way. Now, don't get me wrong. On the shuttle, it's not that big of a deal because these things are doing most of the work. But it does happen. An Atlas 421 or any of the asymmetric Atlas configurations can also show you this. Once again, I will put my mouse cursor on the raceway when the SRBs fire. Take a look. There's ignition. Here's the raceway on the SRB. I'll just keep the mouse right here. Right. The reason why I'm moving it up and down is so the cursor doesn't go away. See what I'm talking about? Look at that. Look at how much it's moving. That does give you a delta V hit. Absolutely. So yeah, that's an important thing to understand. That's why me getting like all freaked out about the rocket being a couple of degrees off, especially with something where the margins are really, 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 really tight, is a big deal. It did that on Saturday, Velo, and see that, yes, exactly. It did do that on Saturday. So, and we still made it into space, which is good, but it's not really a good test of the thing's delta V, which is annoying. This is the stuff I normally would button up and kind of solve for, but I can't because, well, not that I can't, it's just because that I'm just running low on time. And not having good test criteria is a bad habit to get into, but once again, short on time. This is what separates the scientific world from the engineering world. You know what I mean? ETA on this test flight, really? I don't. When I fuel up the pad, really, Motor Kid? Really? You gonna do me like that, man? This is hard enough. I'm aiming for a test sooner rather than later, dude, for what it's worth. See, this is why I want to redesign. This is why I want to redesign this thing. That's a very good reason. The margins are so close where it's slewing off the pad could mean it not getting into space. I don't want to have to sit here and try to launch this thing a bunch of times and then have to worry about it not getting into space every time. Just like what happened with Freedom 7. That's why I made Freedom 10 in the first place. Yeah, no problem, Chris. It's just trig. That's trig, man. That's really, really basic trigonometry. Yeah, it's cool, though. Sorry, I needed to step away. I don't want to miss it. It's all good. Do you think the 1 to 2 degree is compensatable with this SSTO? Well, Bozzard, we did notice that last time. So the first time I launched this thing into space where we didn't make it, the ascent profile was garbage, and it didn't make it. The second time I launched it, the ascent profile was a little bit better, but we did slew crazily off the pad. I'm going to try to solve that problem now by getting Herbal up there with some struts and bolting the thing to the pad with struts. The struts should come undone later, so it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, it's all right. We don't need 3 full fuel trucks to do this thing. Sorry, I'm talking and working. If you add fuel lines to the inside of the fuel truck, can you drain it with less clicks? Fuel lines only pump fuel to rocket engines, Wookie. Is it possible to check if the new dish has signal? It does, Tars. Yeah, because it's non-deployable. Pianos, I've been watching you for years. We only redesigned because you love building and solving rather than flying. You love them both, but we know which one you love. No. No. I mean, okay, so homing pigeon, yes, but actually no. I love building, and I love engineering the stuff. That's my favorite part. Flying it is also fun, but I don't have as much fun flying as I do building. However, I won't have fun doing either of those things if this thing doesn't work. Understand? Yes, but actually no. You're right in this regard. You got the right answer, but you used the wrong formula. With this, though, I want to achieve more flights. Like, I want to be able to get it to fly more, not less. Fuel lines don't drain fuel to the last in-chain tank. I thought that's how asparagus staging worked. Yeah, Wookie.
Discovery, low and throttle up.
That is how that works. You're missing one key element here in doing this and asparagus staging. The rocket engine is firing, and the rocket engine is consuming the fuel. So if it's consuming the fuel, how's it going to help me fuel the pad, man? You're right. Wrong application, though. Donkey Kong sucks, Mason. There's something you suck. Do you remember how heavy this craft is fully fueled? Yeah, it's about 180. About 180 tons. I keep forgetting that this thing has 3 fuel tanks. Two and a half of these fuel tanks should be enough for a test flight, though. How much did the shuttle weigh fully fueled? 3,000 tons? Or no, 2,000 tons. 2,000 tons. Somewhere around there, I think. It's heavy, man. Carrying liquids around, T-Man, is heavy. Liquids are very heavy. Not as heavy as solids, but they're still heavy. Well, yes, but actually no. Is it for RP reasons that you don't fuel the SSTO tanks directly from the truck? No, it's not for RP reasons. This... I mean, I can fuel directly from the truck. I've done it before. However, this is less parts in the scene, dude, because having these 3 fuel tanks with a bunch of parts attached to this is less parts than this. So, at scale, the part count is net lower. But I can fuel from the truck. We could do that. I just don't like doing that because, once again, it's more complicated. Like, it's more complicated operations at one time. Does that make sense? Like, okay, so now it's fueling the vehicle during the startup sequence is getting this thing out here and fueling it. You know what I mean? Getting this thing out here and fueling it, and then moving the fuel to that. During launch operations, it's just moving the fuel to here. This is something I know that's on the pad that's already there, that it doesn't mind being there. I don't like fueling up with the fuel truck when we're ready to go. I like waiting. Like, it's better to stage the fuel in the tanks. And it is better in real life, too. But just think about this at like at scale in KSP. Like, it wouldn't make a difference right now, but at scale in KSP, I'm gonna need a truck that moves like 1,000 tons of fuel around instead of just having this, right? How many parts is that truck that moves 1,000 tons of fuel around? All right, it's gonna be an already complicated launch pad in an already complicated truck. I don't want to attach a 1,000-part truck to a 1,000-part launch pad with a 1,000-part launch vehicle on it. That's what I mean about simplifying operations. Because if I can save time by not screwing the physics simulation by having 3,000 parts in the scene, right? We can save time that way. Why do they drain out the drone ships? They need water to spray the landing zone for the booster. Is it to do with weight? I don't, Velo, is that in context of something that we're talking about here, or is that just a random question? Either way, I don't understand what you're trying to ask. Like, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Spray water on the drone ship? What are you talking about? When the drain out the drone ships? Like, what are they draining on the drone ships? I'm confused. What are we talking about here? Of course I still love you. They're draining the baffles or something. They're draining the baffles on Of Course I Still Love You because they're getting the draft higher. They're getting the draft higher because they're transporting it to the West Coast, guys. Okay, it's a random question. They're yeah, I mean, it's not the bilge. They don't pump seawater. They don't drain the bilge in port. That's a no-no. Those are ballast tanks, guys. They're draining the ballast tanks on the barge to heighten the draft so they can pull it through the Panama Canal. Of Course I Still Love You is moving to the West Coast because they need a drone ship out there for upcoming missions out at Vandenberg. Okay, are they launching from Vandenberg because of the hurricane season in Florida? No, 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 no. They need another drone ship on the West Coast because they're launching stuff from the West Coast. The reason that they're launching stuff from the West Coast is for polar orbits. Those are just ballast tanks. They want the drone ship to sit lower in the water because if it's sitting lower in the water, it's more stable, like an oil rig. Just read the instructions. Was out on the West Coast previously, Penta. Yep. All right. Okay, with that being said, isn't KSC verified for polar operations now? Yeah, it's frequency of flight. It's bandwidth of flights, Josh. It is for polar missions, but you got to remember, not all polar missions are. It's going to be more Delta V launching out of KSC than it is launching out of Vandenberg because KSC doesn't have a ocean directly to the south. It has Miami directly to the south. So you have to kind of launch southeast and then take a right. You take a huge Delta V hit from that, and if you're taking a Delta V hit, you're taking a payload mass hit. So some payloads can be launched from the Cape on a polar trajectory. All payloads can be launched from Vandenberg on a polar trajectory. But the high frequency of flights that they're going to have means that they can't always launch polar out of the Cape. Why? Because somebody else might be launching. You know what I mean? It's a bandwidth thing. You can how to rock, but you're going to take a huge hit on payload mass because you have to go out and around Miami. SpaceX is moving, of course I still love you, to the west coast because ASOG, a short fall of gravitas, the third drone ship is going to take its place at the Cape.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not to mention the rotation. Yeah, Panther. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh no, not mission mode rules. We don't need the rule book right now. Let's go over here like this. We'll shoot for 80 by 80 again, and then we'll see if we can boost it to 100 by 100. Here 4 day 80, so 5. We needed 10 minutes, so 45 should be good for fueling operations. 2.25 ton fuel tank. This is the second launch from this pad, second total. Pad was reused. This is vehicle number 6. This is the third revised orbiter flight test. LV50FT3, 2.5 ton mass simulator and payload bay to evaluate payload capacity. Okay, test flight time. This one has the orbiter maneuvering engines. And what we'll do for this test flight is I will lock out the front tanks for orbiter maneuvering. Actually, the last 1,000 units of liquid fuel should be what I need here. 270 and 270. Yeah, you know what? That's what we tested with last time. So I am going to lock these tanks out. The reason why I'm going to lock these tanks out is because I don't want the shuttle engines consuming fuel that I need for the orbiter maneuvering system. We're going to use the OMS engines at the very last part of this ascent to see if we can gain some Delta V back. My middle mouse button is not being useful today. Every other fuel tank will be allowed to drain correctly. Now, here's what we'll do. This time, I'm going to take this, right? And we're going to go in here. And the hinge that is currently 9... No. I clicked the wrong button. I hope I didn't click anything wrong. This one that's at 90. I'm going to lock this. And the reason why I'm going to do that is so I can see if we can visualize an auto strut here and see if I can strut part of the plate here. Nope. It didn't lock. I gotta be able to hit the lock button on this hinge here. I can't lock the hinge. If I can lock the hinge, I'll be able to auto strut the pad so this thing doesn't bend when it goes. Nice, Just Face. That's cool. If they don't lock, yeah, I'm gonna need a Kerbal out here to run some hinges. Or run some struts. It's hard to lock a hinge that's under load. You can't lock it in that position. Can we swap the hinges for alligator hinges? They're much more robust. Yeah, Wookie, you don't understand how high...
Listen, Tranquility Base here.
You don't understand how the hydraulic drift works. It's not about how strong the hinge is. It's about the attachment system, and they all use the same attachment system, dude. So it has nothing to do with hinge strength, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's just something. Alligator hinges aren't going to make a difference, unfortunately. Same vessel collision should do something eventually. I think I might. Yeah, that might actually solve that problem. That was a rocket guy idea. Here, actually, let's see if that solves the problem here. Ready? Nope, made it worse. No. All right, let's get a Kerbal out here. None of that stuff is working. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get a Kerbal out here. I'll try strutting the pad, see if that works. See, I'm just trying to... There's so much stuff that we need to fix. I mean, this is new vehicle development, man. When we play by the rules that I play by in mission mode, this stuff happens. It's just straight up how complicated this gets. Herbal, let's go. Get out of here. So what I'm going to do is Kerbal, we're going to use Kerbal Construction, and I'm going to basically just strut the pad down. Kerbal Construction hinges I find work good kind of once. Like struts that you place with Kerbals out there. They work good once, and then they don't. They usually undo themselves, so if they undo themselves after the launch, that's fine. I don't have a problem. We shouldn't have a problem there. Hey, Vanuel, how are you? We can use the jet truck because the jet truck is carrying hinges on, or struts on it already, if I'm remembering right. Yep, it is. Jeez, the temperature's just going up, guys. In real life. I have to be careful today. I have to be careful I'm not going to fry any equipment. Because it is absurdly hot, and my air conditioner can't exchange the heat fast enough because ambient temperature is too high. So the rate at which you're being heated because that damn sun is out, yeah, damn sun, I know, is more than the AC can exchange the heat. I don't even have AC. Well, that sucks. I hope you don't fry any equipment. There's no AC in this apartment, guys. It's an old building. It's 35 in the Toronto. Yeah, Ismic. No, I know. I'm part of that same damn heat wave, dude. So what I'm gonna do, straight up, walk to the other side. You have two PCs running at the same time as well, don't you? Yep. There. Now that pad ain't gonna go anywhere. Screenshot Herbal standing next to it. Oh, okay. Hope all is well. Good old New England heat wave. Yeah, it's summer. It's past Memorial Day. That's summer for us. I hate how it's clipping my logo. Oh, come on. Now my middle mouse button isn't working. See, it's just dust getting in the sensor. All right. And this is the smaller SSTO, right? Yes. Mm-hmm. That's correct. It's just dust. It's just dust in the cartridge. All right. Now, as the sun, when the sun goes down, it'll be better. I should just probably let it get cool in here before I turn the computers on. So, what happened to working on the larger one? It's too expensive. $500,000 for one vehicle, Blue. If I lose it, I'm screwed. Yeah. So I went back to working on the small one in an effort to see if I could push this to get some operational missions up, because I would rather have one operational lifter, small lifter, and then partially developed operational big lifter when the deadline expires. Yeah. It's $500,000 a pop. It has 16 shuttle engines in it, man. There's not much I can do about that. All right. Okay, Herbal, back up. When's the deadline? Friday night. It's a crunch week, guys. It's a crunch week, and this is how we're gonna start it. I'm gonna do a test flight with this, and depending on what happens, I'm either gonna decide to scrap this SSTO design and build a new small one with a new aero shell, something that will scale better and something that will work better, or this thing works how I think it's going to work, or how I want it to work, I should say, and yeah, then we go from there. And if anybody's belly aching about me having to redesign this again, would you rather it work or would you rather it not work? I mean, you can choose, I suppose. All right. Cal controller is deactivated. Hydraulics are locked out. Launch pad is in set position. So let's get the aero thing going. I noticed some things that I needed to fix, so we're gonna push that to 53. 53 on the dot. 10 minutes should be enough. Okay, so alignment check. It is pointed straight up, so redocking this thing and putting it into position definitely did help. Okay. What's the priority on the probe cores? Interesting. Okay. All right. Let's get the fuel tanks up. Those are the two locked fuel tanks up front. Those will be used for the orbiter maneuvering system. Basically, I'll unlock those tanks when we have main engine cut off, and we'll try to circularize the orbit with these. We might, I mean, once again, we could lose this. Yes. Thanks for the bit, Ska. Hey, drummer. How are you? So yeah, this is crunch week, guys. It's basically going to be all Kerbal all this week, and then I'm taking next week off, or with the exception of some days. I'm not. The schedule isn't in full focus yet, but it's getting there. But yeah, next week will be taken off. Hold. Thanks for the bits, Rib. So liftoff is currently targeting 00. So, wait, hang on. Oh, 55. Sorry, 555. Year 4 D80, 555 on the dot. This is the third orbital flight test here, and we have the upgraded communications in there, so we should be able to get it through reentry, provided we can get it to orbit. Depending on what happens in this test is pending the redesign, so I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do here. It really depends on the outcome of this test, which will denote what we're going to do for the rest of the week. The pad is secured, so we shouldn't slew off the pad as much as we did last time, and those struts should basically break. The struts should basically break off when we reload. I disabled the cal controller so we won't get the weird flopping around like we did last time. And then I will do a manual sequence of retracting this. The locked out tanks are fueling. Yes, I want them to fuel, but I want to lock them out because when the engine is on, when it'll basically give me a dead spot to know when to shut the engines out. Yeah, Hooded. Yeah, they'll lock out. The locked out tanks will be fueled. But when you're draining fuel out of rocket engine, yeah, that's when the fuel won't budge. Nice, Random. Good for you. Can you empty more than one large tank at a time? No. All right. Yeah, Cupid, that's the plan. Targeting 55 past the hour for fueling. Kyron, I have shuttle engines and then 2 Terrier engines for orbital maneuvering operations. Okay, Wookie. Once again, just like all the other tests, we could lose this. We could lose the vehicle. It's all right. Because you guys funded me, I'm not afraid to yeet something off the pad. That was the expectation. You know, we'd yeet stuff off the pad and do all up testing. So similar to how the Soviets designed the N1
Discovery,
and how SpaceX is going at Starship. Well, it's not all up testing with Starship. It's rapid iterative, which is a little bit different. This is actually similar to how SLS is being tested, but it's rapid all-up testing, which is the most expensive way to do things, but whatever. I'm not afraid to yeet one of these small ones off the pad for testing purposes. If we lose it, that sucks. Then we lose it. But yeah, I'm not afraid to send it. We could lose this thing. I mean, just like we lost the last one and the one before it, but that's fine. This is 6, serial number 6. Hey, Savvy, what's going on? This one will try for orbit. What I did this time around, guys, was I put orbiter maneuvering engines on it. I put upper stage engines on it for fine-tuned maneuvers up in space. This, well, it is more mass, will give us a delta V hit down here, but it should give us a delta V increase up there, okay? And the increase up there outweighs the decrease down here. At least I think it will. And if I can actually get the thing to fly correctly, you know, then that would definitely help. $315 versus $345, Pigzig. But yeah, no, that delta V increase up there is more beneficial than the TWR decrease that we get down here. No, Aces, it should be... The numbers that Kerbal was giving us should indicate, like... indicate, like, an extra 100 meters a second of delta V. That's what the numbers inside of the SPH did, and we know that those numbers aren't lying. We did the math out. We know that those numbers are right. It's not some weird fuel bug or something. Have you fixed that thing that it done when it kind of slided off the pad at launch? Yeah, that's what these struts here are about, Velo. See those things? Yeah, that should fix that problem. The thing is that I have a hinge point right here. And the only thing that's holding this thing to the pad is gravity right now. It's the same vessel collision, and gravity is holding it in place. So when the vehicle flies, the whole pad did this off of the pad. The whole thing pivoted a little bit, and then I let it go, and that's why it slewed off the pad a little bit. Now this thing won't move, so when we go to fire the engines, the whole pad won't pivot. It'll just stay straight, and we'll go right off the pad. I mean, that's just my engineering. I didn't engineer it good enough. But, you know, instead of sitting in the SPH and trying to think about every single problem, sometimes it's better to just send it on the pad and just fix things based off of what you learned. The key is knowing when and when not to do that, you know? %, fueled. What can you say as to why no one uses aerospike engines? In real life or in game? So up there you should use 10% less fuel for the same amount of acceleration in vacuum. That's not what I came to the conclusion of, but I'm not sure what your numbers are. I'm not. It should give us about an extra 10%. Not 10%. It should give us about an extra 100 meters a second of delta V, which is not 10% of the fuel. Keep in mind that fuel is not necessarily correlated to delta V because of specific impulse on the engines. So, Billy, in real life, aerospikes are good engines, but here's the short way of saying this. Aerospikes are great engines, but it's very application-based. You really only want an aerospike if you're making something that goes single stage to orbit. Otherwise, it's better to just use a conventional nozzle, use an upper stage engine and a lower stage engine. If someone was going about engineering a single stage to orbit launch vehicle, like the X-33, then aerospikes makes sense, because that means you only need to design one engine. So that's when the cost benefit of, you know, engineering a new rocket motor, which is not easy, and does cost a lot of money. Propulsion is what costs the most amount of cash with any rocket development program, right? That's when that starts to make sense. Any other time, it doesn't really make so much sense. You know, that's why nobody does it in real life, because unless you're trying to build an SSTO, there's no reason to do it. The benefits of using some, like, already existing tech, like a convergent divergent nozzle design, like a regular rocket engine, outweighs the amount of time that you'd need to go and develop an aerospike. It's easy. Basically, it's easier right now to build a two-stage vehicle than it is to build a single stage. Which is why it's a shame that this project didn't take off, literally. I mean, Billy, literally, you know how, like, I mean, this is Twitch, so I'd assume that, you know, some folks in here, like Billy, I'm not sure about you, but I'd assume some folks in here follow other video games or know video games in some way, shape, or form, right? The thing is that, like, you know how there's meta for video games? There's, like, a meta thing that you can do. There's metas with shooters. There's a meta style that you can play with, like, strategy games. Literally, building two-stage to orbit semi-reusable launch vehicles right now is the meta, and that doesn't warrant an aerospike design. Straight up. It's trends. It's all trends. That doesn't mean an aerospike is a bad idea. It's just, that's not the meta right now. And same, why not in KSP? The aerospikes in KSP are a little bit heavy for more game balance purposes, and they're small. They don't make a lot of thrust. They'd be great for a small SSTO. But I need shuttle engines on this. Shuttle engines are 4 tons and make 900 kilonewtons of thrust. Aerospikes are 1 ton and they make 400 kilonewtons of thrust. So, wait, no, that's not right. Excuse me for a second. Long story short, the shuttle engines are more efficient because they don't weigh as much. They don't have as much mass. It's 1 ton, and they make... Yeah, okay, so it's not 400, it's 180. So let's do some quick math out. The shuttle engine, I know, is 4 tons, and it makes 936 kilonewtons of thrust down here. Well, mine make a little bit more, but that's aside from the point. So, what's 4 tons of aerospike going to get you? 4 tons of aerospike is going to get you 153 times 4. So, that's 600 kilonewtons of thrust, right? And the shuttle engines make 295 specific impulse down here. Right? The shuttle engine is actually more efficient than an aerospike down here, which is almost true in real life. Shuttle engines are frigging cheating, dude. They're really good. You don't know how difficult it is to make a convergent divergent nozzle that can work up here and down here. That is the shuttle engine's gift. It's a nozzle that can work anywhere, in vacuum or down here, which is really, really impressive. The aerospike, I would need more aerospikes down here to get the thrust that I have with the shuttle engines. I mean, the other thing I could do, guys, is just overclock aerospike engines. If we overclock them, we could get it to work. But I don't have the aerospike engines unlocked right now. But we could. But comparing apples to apples doesn't work in this regard. Now, up there, 180 kilonewtons times 4. So that's, if we just round it to 200, 2 times 4 is 8. So that's 800 kilonewtons of thrust. And then you minus 24, 60, 80. So 700, a little bit over 700 and change. And we do get better specific impulse, which really will help us up there. But I'm not sure if we'll even get that far because our liftoff thrust is going to be caca. You know? These are good with these numbers, and once again, they do it for game balance purposes. Not because, in reality, the aerospike specific impulse in atmosphere should be a little bit higher, and the overall thrust should be a little bit higher as well. If they wanted to make like one that's consistent with real life game with real life specs and not game values. Caca, poop, terrible, no good. So. Yeah, I could overclock it and we could tweak it now that I'm really looking at it and make it work. I could make it look like an aerospike engine. I could make it look like a linear aerospike, and if we overclocked them. I'll get back to you on that. Look at that. Before 1.03, there were 1.5 tons. It will add more parts, Chief, for sure. How would you make those look linear? Well, a toroidal aerospike is a cone, right? Like this. All a linear aerospike is this shape, right? But not cone, it's just extruded. Like that. It's straight instead of just toroidal. Thank you for your points of view on the aerospike engine. Billy, yeah, I mean, it's not necessary. That's not necessarily a point of view thing. That's just... I try not to give opinions, and if I do give opinions, I'll say, in my opinion, I think this. That's not really an opinion. It's literally the meta. Like, that's not... Look up any video on modern aerospike engines, and they'll all say the same thing. They'll all say exactly that. Like, Tim Dodd, Everyday Astronaut, has a great video, and his conclusions are exactly the same. You know? So, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I like aerospike engines, and I'm particularly annoyed that the X-37 didn't happen, because I think single stage to orbits could make sense if you fly a lot. Like, if you're flying high frequency. That's the only way spaceflight reusability makes sense, if you fly a lot, like an airplane, right? But the thing is that making it fly a lot like an airplane is prohibitively difficult, because an airliner like a 747, you're asking to fly at 30,000 feet going, I don't know, 600 miles an hour. A space plane like the space shuttle, you're asking to fly at 400,000 feet going 17,000 miles an hour. You know what I mean? It's a little bit harder of an engineering problem to solve. And then there's that whole, landing thing can light the vehicle on fire. Yeah, that whole re-entry thing, that's difficult to solve as well. So, I mean, yeah, the X-33 would have been amazing in that regard. But the X-33 and the Venture Star would have been insanely expensive. They would have carried a huge sticker price per vehicle. And what you would have done is made up for that by flying a lot. Venture Star did not have silicate tiles. Venture Star in the X-33 had a metallic-based tile that was a titanium plate with Inconel backing and aluminum fibers in the middle. Yeah, it was an aluminum Inconel nickel titanium tile. Yeah, that would have been expensive. Very expensive. But it would have been fully reusable too. Those tiles wouldn't fall off. They were bolted, like starships. So, go figure. Buran used a similar thermal protection system to the shuttle, Duber. The Soviets didn't have the cash to match the shuttle to make a vehicle that wasn't a copy. So they borrowed the shuttle's aerodynamic shape and thermal protection system. Borrowed. Very expensive, Douglas. Yeah, there's a historical book about Buran, and they wanted to design their own vehicle, and their own vehicle kind of would have been something between SERV and Starship. It was going to be like a conic re-entry vehicle, but they didn't have the money for that, and they just said, you borrow their design, just change it up a little bit. Savvy, don't get me started, man. Don't get me started, man. It's the same thing as the Saturn V, dude. But anyway, we are fully fueled. Okay, fueling is complete. What's our final alignment numbers? 89.9. So everything did kind of belt back into position. That's good news. Okay. Privet, Kim. Как дела? Alright. We are go for strong back. Retract. Bring back Saturn V, please. I mean, SLS is stacking right now. It's close enough. How dare you? Close enough. I'll take it over nothing, man. Alright, so... strong back is in the fully retracted position. Yeah, Chief. Yeah, actually... am I controlling from the right point? Because these numbers are very consistent. 0% roll, 90% pitch, which means we're pointed straight up heading 270. That's perfect. It means that the pad is just tilted a little bit this way after fueling. Yeah. So everything kind of knocked itself back into position, which is bizarre. But hey, I ain't complaining. Alright. We're currently sitting at T-minus 2 minutes and 43 seconds. The alligator hinges are drifting. They're drifting because I reloaded this a couple of times. See? That's supposed to be flush. This wing's supposed to be flush with that wing. Not good. Yeah, Blue. It's weird how everything knocked itself back into position. That's a phenomenon I don't have too much experience with, but we are perfectly aligned, which is strange. I'm wondering about these getting stuck when we go to launch. Oh, there's a little bit of a gap right there, just a little one. Yeah, Steiner. This is why I wanted to test, because it might not, you know, I wanted to do this. It might have knocked it back into position, and it looks like it did, which is weird. Okay, we're gonna begin an engine chill down here. So, alignment test is good. What's our hierarchy test reading here? Hierarchy test is failed. Hey, Pilak. What's going on, man? Alright, well, there's not much other stuff in scene here, so here's what I'll do. I'm gonna take the truck, right? And I'm gonna set it as debris. And then I'm gonna take this, configure vessel naming. I'll set these as debris. So now when I switch back to the pad, it should say no objects are controllable. So after liftoff, all I should be able to do is just switch to this vehicle. Just hit once on the bracket key and switch to it. Don't get me wrong, this isn't a formal procedure. I need to be controlling the rocket off the pad. But that's the way to fix it this time around. What this all means, basically, is that when I undock, control will default to the pad and not the vehicle. And I don't think I need to say why I need to control my rocket when it leaves the pad. That's kind of important. Hey, Hannah, what's going on? Alright. So, let's begin thermal chill down on the rocket motors. Okay, thrust vector control checkout. TVC checkout is confirmed. Okay. Beginning pad gas closeout. Gas closeout on the pad is confirmed. All tanks on the vehicle are pressing for flight. Ground side separation system is armed. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. Rock, report range status. Status check. Go LV5, OFT3. Go 6. You are cleared to proceed with terminal count. T-minus 20 seconds in game and counting. Ground side separation systems are armed. Just need to find the right thing to target here. Ah, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Yeah, I know, Kyle. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. All right, T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Go for main engine start. 2, 1. Ignition. It defaulted control to the correct thing, guys. That's weird. Okay. All right, we got a good liftoff. Everything's looking good here. Vehicle's now pitching down range. No roll program is required. Good separation. Everything looked fine there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
TWR is 1.48. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, come on back now. What the hell happened there? We maxed it. Switch off fine control. No. No, this is no good. This is no good. Abort. Flip the vehicle over. Drain the tanks. Beginning fuel dump. The gimbal wasn't enough. Limiting the gimbal made us pitch over too much. Fuel drain is still occurring. I didn't miss a tank, Sneaky. It's the payload fuel. Fuel dump is in progress. Throttling back engines in preparation for engine shutdown. The reaction control systems are online. We did get good separation from the pad though, guys. That's awesome. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We are in an abort protocol here. Okay, we have engine cutoff confirmed. Draining. We are now tapping into the payload bay fuel for vernier control. Body flap systems for small re-entry are armed. Yep, alright. We are now opening the aero control surfaces here. And now shutting down main engines. I saw it, Duber. I sent it up high on purpose, guys. Altitude is the best kind of insurance to be able to get back to the runway. I needed to dump the fuel one way or the other. This thing's going to re-enter at a crazy slope. It should be fine. As long as I angle correctly, we should be perfectly okay. We're going to need a re-entry angle somewhat like this, I'm thinking. And then pitch down. Trim the body flap. Body flap should be trimmed out, bringing up speed brake controls. Control surfaces are on. Vernier engines are looking good. It's the flag. They're flags, Biz. Okay. Keep the nose up. Alright, we should be about 45 degrees above prograde velocity.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. Things looking real good. Got plenty of fuel left. Okay. We're encountering side slip. The dynamic pressure is high. Not good. That is the result of the steep trajectory. It's alright, speed brakes are open. Pitch control surfaces are deployed. We'll come out of it. Not really what I wanted, but it's alright. Set this back to 90. Undeploy these control surfaces. RCS is still active. Alright, speed brake is working. Coming in on a good trajectory. Shutting off the reaction control systems. We don't need those anymore. Closing the speed brake. We're at a good speed here. Got plenty of altitude to get it back to the runway. Okay. It's a lifting body, Jim. It's designed to create drag. That's why it gets so unstable when we start to re-enter the atmosphere. You need the RCS because it's very susceptible to side slip, but that's not because the vehicle's a bad design. The real one is too. Okay. Got to flare up just a little bit in preparation for the final flare for landing. Ground altimeter is online. Radar altimeter is reading 1 click. Stand by for the gear. Gear coming. Toggle the brakes. Gear is down. We're rendering the pad. Pulling the body flap. Oof. Stalled it a little bit. We started to encounter stall, but we're back down. She came back down. Stand by for wheel stop. Okay, we're rolling out on the runway. Well, not an ideal result, but we got the vehicle back, so alright. I see no particular reason to not try it again. Do you? We need to... Okay, the gimbal wasn't locked. That's because I safed out the engines. Alright. We need to, we need 100% gimbal. 70 wasn't enough. The aerodynamic forces... The aero shell was basically affecting it on the way up. And it's causing it to pitch over. That's no problem. We can compensate for that. Not an issue. Shut down the engines. Engines are saved. The only thing is we're going to need to fill up the payload fuel. Wait. I used all of it. Where's that 154 fuel coming from? Oh. Wait. Yeah, that's why it rolled. That's weird. Why is that a thing? Why did it do that? I opened those tanks and we drained the fuel. And then I left the payload bay fuel locked out. Why would it drain that tank first like that? Alright, we have to look into flow priority here. Something is bizarre. Something's wrong there. That's why it was a little sluggish when we came back down and why it started spinning, because the mass was shifted to one side. We went 59 kilometers up. 635 was the highest speed, so that's pretty cool. What's the flow priority on this tank? Minus 10? What about you? Minus 10. That's weird. Okay. Let me go over here. And the struts did come undone like I thought they would. Unlock those. Yeah, see those struts that help the plate work correctly did come undone. Alright, let's go grab it. You can apply the gimbal limiter to a cal and have it reduce gimbal after 60 seconds, or whatever the predetermined thing is. Yeah, we could. I mean, good news is that those temporary struts on the plate fixed the slew problems off the pad. Rocket Guy, it's... See, here's the thing. We need the gimbal to compensate, but the SAS overcompensates because of the PID controllers that are built into the stability assist. That's something that's game side. That's not sure I'm not sure I can fix that. Last, or would that not work? I didn't see it, Riv. Would gizmoing the engines by 5 degrees reduce the amount of gimbal needed? Only temporarily. Fuel drain changes the center of mass. Brian, that was my first time aborting. I'd rather do what I did. Altitude is the best way to get it back to the runway. If I tried to hover it and send it back down, we would come down over the runway instead of behind it. I'm not... In any case, an abort like that, that's what it would look like. No slew off the pad. Did you change the pad at all? I strutted it into position, dude. I had Herbal put 2 struts that hold the piece in place. And I know that Kerbal Construction struts don't last. And just as I thought, they undid themselves when I switched back to the pad. That fixed it. Yeah, no, it worked. Herbal the Kerbal. That one tire is broken. Yeah, so? If I reduce spring strength over here, the vehicle should work normally. Instead of being tilted to the side. Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. I could repair the wheel. I have repair kits here, but Herbal doesn't have a star because he's a pad engineer. He's never been into space, and yeah. Man, it's... Guys, the temperature's just going up. The Kerbal simulation is frying my computers. Frick. Damn it. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of experts in chat. Oh, that's nothing. Oh, that's nothing. That's not a big deal. These things usually run at 40. So running at 60 is not ideal for it. It's not that it's, oh, I've run hotter. Well, EJ, one time I ran my computer at sun temperature and it lasted for 5 minutes because it ran hotter. No, I get it. I understand. You know that putting less thermal cycles on your processor makes it last longer, right? Like, everybody's on the same page here. I don't want to get it too hot. It'll reduce the life of the processor. It's NZXT Cam, guys, is what I'm using for monitoring. I need my equipment to last, fellers. Here we go. Put some ice on it. Oh, okay. When was the last time you changed the thermal paste? 2017. That's the secret. Mine's always hot, never cycles. Yeah, right. Vacuum the case out at the beginning of this year. For real, what's room temperature? 86 Fahrenheit, Duber. It's getting hot in here. That's not good. Look. And just in case anybody complains, there's your centigrade right there. It's not good. That's really hot. It's toasty. It's toasty up in Boston today. And the sun shining on the building coupled with the heat from the computers are making this, yeah, it's making it, the air conditioner can't keep up. How are you still functioning? That's what I'm trying to tell everyone. It's really freaking hot in here, man. When cryo cooling. I have liquid. Liquid works. Thanks, Hypersonic. Yeah. Alright. Do they not have insulation and AC there? You can hear the air conditioning running, but this is an old building. There is insulation. It's just the insulation is designed to keep heat inside. Hence the hot temperature. Will a room fan help? Already have it going, Sean. So, it's a self-defeating cycle over time, guys. If there's no cool air to exchange the heat with and the temperature is constantly going up, there's not enough cold air in this room, and the temperature will eventually spike higher. because the air conditioner can't exchange the heat fast enough. I'd be having trouble functioning. You're a tank. It's toasty in here, man. Yeah, it is. Get to my 60 and stick next to your PCR and take it. So, okay, ice is a temporary solution. If you're trying to charge the air with water, so an air-to-water charge cooler, that's what ice cubes in a cup will do. Yeah, that'll last, what, 5-10 minutes? 5-10 minutes with how hot it is in here? Dude, I'm telling you, this water was like 40 Fahrenheit an hour ago, and it's room temperature. This isn't even cold. It was condensing when I poured the water at the beginning of the stream, dudes. Hey, Greg, what's going on? That's actually bad for human cooling. Yeah. Central air conditioning. Duber, if I was using central air conditioning, do you think you'd hear the air conditioner working overtime in the background? What do you think that buzzing noise is, man? No, I can't do that, man. We don't have central air conditioning here. Central heating, not AC, though. It's getting too hot. Can you call and ask the sun for different hours? Yeah, that's probably the best solution. Out of all the solutions in chat, Corsi, I think I should do that one. Yeah, hypersonic, that's right. Jonesing for a Starship flight? You're gonna have to wait until August, man. Hey, Snakes, what's going on? Alright, we'll, let's get this thing back to the pad. The jet truck, that's right. Ozzy, how are you? Oh, yeah, no. I like the asking the sun to change its hours scenario better than that. Ozzy, how you doing? How you doing, pal? Everything good? You like it, Gam? Thanks. I'm glad. Lots of love, man. Heck yeah. How are you doing? Just got back. Well, we just launched, but yeah, we gotta be better at controlling the gimbal with this. There are broken wheels on the jet truck, so? Yeah, that test flight was shorter than expected. Sorry, Taradra. Ian, how are you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been standing there. Yeah, Ian, Starship Breakdown, my dude. Very good. Did you write that at the baseball game? Please don't talk to me. Don't talk to me or my baseball team ever again. Ian, I actually got to sit down and watch a ball game, man. I'm really, really happy that I got to do that. I watched all kinds of sports yesterday. Formula One. I fell asleep to the NASCAR race, so that was good. Watched the baseball game. Fought you into the 10th inning. Yeah, you did. And lost. That was a fun game, dude. It's like I was saying last night, dude. You won't see a better baseball game than that. That was a good game. That F1 race, though, the F1 race was great. It was really fun to watch. I enjoyed every second of that. All right, let's back her up. Back her up into position. I don't want the salad. Just eat it. Just eat it. Why did I order salad? Because you're trying to lose weight, Remo. Remember that? Remember that whole part? Remember? No? Okay. That's what she said. It is what she said. Alright, bring the TE back up. I'm going to recycle the pad here. Sure, Sneaky. I want it. What's that or not? Yep, I too want that. Tell her to remember to arch your shoulders. So, Rocket Guy, I just had a Kerbal come up here and just attach a strut from there to the SRB, and it worked. And then after we launched, the struts came undone, so now they can just sit there. The hinges are drifting. Yeah, that's pretty terrible. Anyway, all right, let's go. So, enable the cow controller and reverse that. Scratch that. Reverse it. I hit my guitar, sorry. Thanks, Ozzy. Yeah, Ozzy, I had this problem, dude. If you want to make a good transporter erector, you have to raise the entire pad up. That's a real big pain in the butt. So, I built this, and this works. Because I actually have a ramp right there that I can roll this thing right up to, and it's not an issue. Problem is, this is still in its infancy, dude. It drifts. I'm not sure why that particular part is drifting more than anything else, but it definitely is, which is annoying. How'd the launch go? Abort. Limiting the shuttle engine's gimbal caused the thing to not flip over, but it didn't fly on the right curve. It didn't fly on the right curve. What baseball looks like. 10 people are sitting, 4 people are playing, 30 seconds of action, 5 minutes of nothing happening. A very strange game. So by that logic, chess is the most boring game around, Den, but people still play that. What's your point? Cricket games go on for weeks. People still watch that. All right. Interesting, drummer. That'd be kind of cool, Raj. A linear aerospike would be really neat. Oh man, what the heck happened down here? Look at all this stuff. What the hell is that about? Love to get into baseball? Just start watching the game, dude. You don't get into baseball. Baseball is one of those things where you kind of have to watch it, and then if you watch it and you like what you see, then keep going. There's a lot of subtleties and statistics that go into a baseball game, and it's more like a turn-based game than anything. If you think about baseball like it's turn-based, so think about baseball kind of like It's like playing a... It's not a... Risk, I guess? Well, maybe not Risk, because it's, 1v1. What game do you play, a little bit of offense? I'm trying to think. There are analogies. Football is a turn-based RTS. American football. It's a turn-based RTS, and once you think about it like that, it makes a lot more sense. This is broken. Yeah, that's... That's totally broken. Yeah, pad can't be used again. The hydraulics drifted into the ground. Huh. Alright. Well, that's not ideal. All right, nix the sports conversations, guys. Yeah, it's broken. It's broken completely, like non-usable after 2 launches. These hydraulics bent too far down. Look, they're going way into the hinge. This plate right here is supposed to be up there, and because of that, this is not pushing this into position anymore. Crap. Yeah, but I don't want to do it like after 2 launches, JuiceBot. That's annoying as hell. I mean, but yeah, look at how messed up this all is. These panels are supposed to be flat. Look at that. It's no good. Damn it. I mean, like, I can't even try to reuse this thing if I wanted to. It's totally broken. Dude, I can't think straight. It's too hot. It is toasty in here, and I'm really starting to feel it right now, man. The camera's not picking it up, but I'm sweating like crazy today. Is the AC on? No, Ian. I have the AC off because I like it really, really toasty. I like not being able to think. Yeah, of course it's on, dude. Come on. I didn't think this would suck as much as it did. That's toast. I have to recover it. It's toasted. It's not gonna work. Hey, Houston. 16 viewer raid. Thank you very much. I can tell the sun's going down because the temperature isn't going up, but it's not going down either. Guides rails with same vessel interaction. Yeah, Ismic, you know, taking a break is all fine and dandy, but remember, we're pressed on time. Remember that whole part? We're pressed on time, dude. Every minute wasted right now is going to be like an hour wasted at the end of the week. Because these are critical design decisions. I'm about to put this thing out here with a full fuel load. I really, really shouldn't do it because that's lame, but... Yeah, see? The temperature isn't going down in the room right now, but it's not going up either, and the reason is because the computer's using up all the cool air to exchange the heat. And so am I, for what it's worth. That's where this thing should be. And these things... Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm just gonna go for another... Let's just go for another test flight. If it gets too hot... If it gets above 90 Fahrenheit in here, so like 32... Or no, 35C. I think that's 35C. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. If it gets above that, then we gotta stop. Greetings from Russian KSP community. Good luck. You go to sleep. Alright, man. Спасибо. До свидания. Thank you for the raid, though. I do appreciate it. I don't know, Lols. The thermal stuff is just something to, guys. It's not a problem. It's just something to take into account. Like I don't want to melt something here. Frickin' SSTO is more reusable than the stupid pad right now. Shut off the control surfaces.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Yeah, 29-month resub. So I did redo the pad. I put it back out, and not happy about that. This thing needs to be more reusable than that. I mean, if we're reusing the paddle, like, if we, like, I want to make a reusable vehicle, right? But if we're just sitting here recovering the pad every time, like, what's the difference? Why did we even make the pad in the first place, you know? And I understand that that's my mission mode rules, right? You got to engineer everything. It's total systems development, and I understand that, but I don't want to do that way. But whatever. We'll increase the gimbal on this thing. We did get the vehicle back, so we didn't really lose anything. We just lost some time and fuel. So let's get this thing vertical again, and then we'll fuel it up. Liam, you're not going to see much space news here this week. Don't worry. After the deadline, we'll hit it guns blazing. But I need to work on this, man. Did you make the fairing adjustment on the pad? No. I haven't done that. No, I haven't. Not yet, at least. Hey, Jeff, what's going on? Alright, let's go again. Flight test 4. 81 24 51. 81 00 colon 34 colon 00. We need to refuel the fuel tank. That's fine. This is the first launch because I recycled the pad. This is the third total. Same number. I want to do space news, but I also want to get this done. Man, that's kind of where I'm at. We're going to recycle everything and just go from there. I need to see and make sure that every fuel tank is working correctly. We're going to lock out the 2 front fuel tanks for the ohm system, just like we said we were. Just got to spread this all apart. need to make sure I can read every single fuel gauge. How's the sauna? The temperature is not changing in my room, but these numbers are going down. That one isn't. No, I don't want to fry a processor today. We're not flowing into the fuel tank there. Why is that one not pumping? Oh, it is. Okay, never mind. I would, Dermot. I don't. No, we're not talking about PC parts, okay? I have too much to do, and I hate talking about that, so. And pretty much everybody has missed the point, and Dermot, it's not you. Pretty much everybody has missed the point entirely as to why I'm saying it's too hot, but it's fine. No problems. Did you close the fuel vent? The fuel vent automatically shuts off when it automatically shuts off when it's done draining. I should Yeah, see, it automatically shuts off. We're good. Just in case we were just spewing fuel out.
Oh god.
I don't know. I don't need a wet towel on my back. Now it's dripping down my back.
No, it's not.
Are you connected into my nervous system somehow?
No,
or?
I made sure it wasn't drippy.
Okay.
Fine.
No!
You're grumpy because you're hot, so now I try to help and you're grumpier.
Okay. Okay. I'm not talking about it again. And, you know, just, yeah, let's just close out of that. Hope we don't fry anything. I shouldn't do this, but we might need to time. Might want to time warp just freaking because it's just screw it. Doesn't matter. Yeah. See. Okay, I don't really want to do this way because it could break when we come out of time warp, but it's fine. Nice, Sneaky. That's cool. All right, we're fully fueled. Okay. Hang on. I'll be right back. I gotta go talk to Brimo real quick. I know she was trying to help. I just gotta go tell her something. Gotta tell her I love her. Love you too. All right, let's go. All right, so the vehicle's fully fueled. We got to make sure we're staged here. Where's root part going? Yeah, root part is where it was last time. All right. So we're not, it's not ideal with the root part, but I need to get Herbal up here so he can strut the pad into position. Yeah, Duber, I stop. Let's talk about space, okay? I need to get this done, man. That first and foremost. I have to get this flight test in. I'm taking some liberties with the pad by recycling it. That's not something I'd normally do, but the vehicle development is very important here. And this doesn't have enough. Okay. Oh, I recycled the pads so there's no struts. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh shit. Run! 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 Ah! Get away from me! After careful consideration, I've decided not to use this design. After careful consideration, I've decided not to endorse your park. So have I. Yep. Well. I don't... That... What? Hey, alright. Where's the other shuttle engine? That's what I care about. Oh, it's there! Oh, we got both the shuttle engines back, thank God. What is this? Right. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do here. I don't know. So, that happened from time warping. It happened from time warping the fuel in, dudes. We time warped with the fuel, and then we went into construction mode. You know how I know? Because last time I did the exact same thing, and it didn't freak out like that. And I also think I didn't do it when the vehicle was fueled, so... I saw it going, and I was like, should I get in the truck? No, the truck's not gonna get away fast enough. Literally jump off the side. Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, I saw it, and I'm like, nope. Truck's not going to be a viable solution here. Herbal needs to get off of this immediately. It's like some Deepwater Horizon stuff. Just jump off the side. Well, we lost Prototype 14, which sucks after one flight. I don't know what to do, dudes. Read last message I tagged you in. Chat went a little crazy when everything went boom. Yeah. What's up, Mac? What do we got? So what's up? As it's officially sworn in my new NASA job this morning, you're officially civil servant. Congratulations, dude. That's cool. You look very defeated. Yeah, I mean, my vehicle and pad just exploded on the launch pad. How should I look? Should I be happy about this? I don't know. This design has the potential to work. Everything could work here, dudes. Well, I don't know what to do. Like, between the pad giving me so many problems, that stupid flight abort, that, yeah, I mean, I should probably just try again, to be honest with you. But follow the proper procedure so it actually happens correctly and not like that. But then again, even Herbal getting out and strutting the pad is a band-aid solution. It'll work right now, but we can't do that every time. I'm not going to do that every time. That's a waste of time. That takes everything that makes the SSTO quick, right? To integrate and launch, it ruins it. We have to cut down on the turnaround time too, guys. That's the big thing. Like, and I'll be honest, I started seeing drift from the body flap on the SSTO, which is just no good. I'm thinking, Are the body flaps really necessary, though? Yes. yeah, they are. Best pad is no pad launched from the ground with support equipment. Okay. Like, I don't... no. You guys suck. Oh my god, you guys suck sometimes. Jesus Christ. You could just go back to picking it up and putting it on the pad, but... I don't know. That sucks because I lost one that flew. Should we pray? What I'm really thinking of is it worth it? Is it worth it? Not pad redesign. Is it worth it to if we're going to redesign the pad, I might as well redesign the vehicle to go with it, based off of what we learned. Dude, I'm telling. Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. This should work. This should work. And I wanted to really get this done today, but it's not a full clean sheet. The vehicle design needs to be scaled up. It needs to be scaled up a little bit. That's all. It's not a sleep on it item, Toothless. I've been streaming for like an hour. Alright, it's not a sleep on it, dude. I slept on it yesterday. What I wanted to do was get an evaluation flight from this. That's what's annoying me. I wanted to get an evaluation flight to see if putting these here actually did something. And we didn't get there because we limited the gimbal and the thing pitched over too much. Alright? I need to get it. I need to get this thing. No. Let's just go. I'm just gonna do it again. Seriously. We're just gonna fly again. I'm putting it back out on the pad and we're going again. This time I'll do it right. I'll be a little more patient. Yes, I did, Jim. Jeez, if I wanted it to be attached there, I probably would have clicked over there. Alright, save that out like this. We'll just roll out another prototype. I gotta do the time warps for the day as well. How worried are you about the body flaps? I don't know, Bluelin. There's so many other problems that problem is low on my priority list. But this is what happens when you go to build new launch vehicles. This is what happens, especially something that's radically different from the launch vehicle that you had before. You know, that's just how this play. It's just how it pans out, guys. There's nothing, there's no way to get around it. I can't know what I'm going to engineer before I engineer it, and I certainly can't know how it's going to perform before I engineer it. I can get a good idea, but you'll never know for sure. What's in the water? Debris. Why do hinges drift? It has to do with the physics joint attachment system that they used to get them to work correctly. Basically, animatable parts need a different attachment system than a static part, and because we have animatable parts using a different static system, or a different attachment system than the static parts, they drift. They move over time. There's not much we can do about that. That's why the crane only had, and the other pad design only the only hydraulics were the crane, and you just picked it up and moved it, and if those broke, we could just replace them. But with a pad like that, I need those hinges to at least last 5 launches, all right? I don't want to have to maintain the pad all the time, you know? So we're going to have to figure it out. Alright, well, for now, we'll just go with what we have. It's the best solution forward thus far. Yeah, alright, let's just go with what we have. This thing has full fuel tanks, right? Alright, cool, let's do it again. Jeez, that's good. Yeah, because I wanted to web search that. Yep, thanks, Bing, for being useless. See, It's a sign, guys. If we have to do this many orbital flight tests, that means that our testing regime is not really what I want, but it's fine. I don't know, Jonathan. Maybe that's a possibility. Being able to box the hinges like that, it's possible. But I'd have to re-engineer the pad if I want to go and test it. There are ways to solve this, guys. But the question is, so like here's where I'm at. I need to test the SSTO. The pad needs to be redesigned no matter what I do. But I need to test the SSTO. I need to do that testing now. I need to make sure that it works. It's super, super important. Like, yeah, it's because if I have to redesign the pad and the SSDO as opposed to just the pad, it's going to take more time, and I'm going to need to adjust my schedule accordingly, right? So, like, I really need to know if this thing works. However, at the same time, like, if the pad doesn't work, why am I even trying to launch the SSTO if it has problems getting off the launch pad? You know what I mean? So. I don't know what to do. Let's just go. Let's just fly. It's fine. I'll run the struts before we fuel the thing, guys, and I will go from there. That should fix the problem so it doesn't do that. The previous launch was flawless. Oh. I mean, the launch was flawless, hypersonic, but I don't see vehicle number 5 sitting on the runway. Do you? The launch was flawless, but the other part was not. I gotta get this thing up into space, dude. I have to test it. I have to make sure that it works. If we don't, we're gonna have some problems, dude. Because if we're having problems now with the small one, you know that the big one's gonna be the problems with the big one are gonna suck even more. Like, they're really, really, really gonna suck. Hang on, I gotta mess with this. I'm trying to put the screen in a way that gets more heat over to this side of the room, but it's not doing it. Doesn't want to. We'll just keep going. Yeah, Linprod. Yeah. Cool, huh? Loopy did an in-flight abort with the one with the added vernier thruster, or the added ohms thrusters. It grab turned too much. I aborted it, got it back successfully to the runway. Went to put it back on the pad blew up. It blew up for reasons that I understand, though, so we're just gonna go again and we're gonna see what happens. We gotta attach those ground side struts before I fill it with fuel. The wheels are dancing around because this is the old jet truck, the truck before I attached jets to it. But since we're up here, it's not a problem. But we are getting some pretty nasty landing gear, not doing what I wanted to problems here, for the most part. Yeah, you know, this is the part where you need to go forward. Now, why would we be bothered with doing that? Because my engine is stuck on the pad because wheels just like to move sideways in this game. Nothing is going right today. Nothing is going right at all. I don't care, Livin. I'll be honest with you. I don't care about UAPs. I don't care about UFOs. I don't care. Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick, dude. I really don't care. I only have so many fricks to give in one lifetime. I don't care. Yeah, I'm indifferent. There we go.
Hi.
What's up, baby?
Do you want any toppings on your cookie dough ice cream?
Sprinkles.
You want chocolate sprinkles or regular sprinkles?
Wait a minute. Do you call them chocolate sprinkles or you call them Jimmy's?
Call them chocolate sprinkles.
Yeah, those are fine.
What ones do you want?
Jimmy's.
Okay. Weirdo boss tonight.
It's not right. Ugh. It really rustles my Jimmy's. Righty? They are Jimmy's. And anybody that says anything else is completely wrong. Do not screw with me today. And do not screw with me on this today, chat. You are incorrect. Chocolate sprinkles. What kind of vanilla garbage is that? Chocolate sprinkles. It's not vanilla garbage. It's chocolate garbage. You know what? So are you for calling them chocolate sprinkles. Yeah, Juicebot. You should listen to her. You should listen to your wife. She's smart. That really grates my cheese. That really chocolates my sprinkles. I'm through the be pissed off like about this. Like I'm past the grief part. This is just the part, you know? Of course the strut won't attach. Why would it?
Is that where the phrase "rustle my jimmies" comes from?
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah?
I thought it was like your underwear. I thought I used it.
Are you Jimmy's rustled about that realization? Oh my gosh, we found a spot for them to attach. Lovely. There we go. So you call them Jimmy's and have no idea why? Yeah, 49.
Discovery,
Yeah.
go at throttle.
Why you call 49? That's just what you like, all right? It's a proper noun here, okay? It's a proper noun. Proper nouns don't have to make sense, all right? That's why somebody named their kid Moon Unit, all right? Mr. Zappa. Okay? It doesn't have to make sense. It's a proper noun. RB, what's up, man? Absolute moon unit. You're a moon unit. No, I'm not. My name's EJ. You're a moon unit. Calling them Jebs is acceptable. That's fine. Name your kid Freedom Unit? You want me to name my kid Feet? That's weird. Alright. Struts are in position. Alright. Deactivate this cow controller. Lock out the hydraulics down here. Retract. Well, we don't need to do that just yet. Alright. Let's go again, guys. This is year 4, day 90. It's 4:43, so let's go for 4:53. Targeting 4:53 for launch. And it's basically just going to be a replay, but our shuttle engine, the gimbals on the shuttle motors are a little bit more, so the thing will compensate correctly. Alright, engines are overclocked. Let's go. Time to initiate fuel transfer simulator. That's the payload fuel. We don't need that one. Just leave it open so I know. I have no idea, Mac. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. NSF tweeted about my favorite piece of SpaceX hardware today. Oh yeah, Luke? They consume more fuel, they put more structural load on the vehicle. Yep. Great pictures, Loopy, from Chris. You missed one. I didn't? No, I don't think I did. Alright, this should be able to be time warped because the struts are in position, so... Yeah, Ark, I don't think I did. I think we're good. Hey, Snake. Yeah, as long as those struts are in position, we can time warp through the fuel load. Alright, shut the music. Let's go. Our alignment is, well, horrible. But the launch plate won't move, so that's alright. But the alignment is horrible because of pad problems, so... The only empty tanks here should be the ones down the bottom. These guys. And even then, some of them should still have fuel left. Yeah, front tanks are locked out, payload bay fuel's locked out. We're good. Alright. Stage the vehicle. Alignment check is no good. I'll be honest with you. It's pretty terrible. Let's just make sure we're controlling from the right spot. Yeah, 88.7, we're way off, but it's alright. Go for strong back retract. Once again, that's a product of the pad, and it might screw with vehicle performance a little bit, but... Alright. Where's root part going to? Let's just do a quick... Yep, root part's in the same spot that it is last time, so that tells me it should default control to the vehicle correctly. Strong back is moving into the retracted position. We are T-minus 1 minute. Cycling the throttle control, powering the vehicle on. Thrust vector control system actuation test is in progress. Wait a minute. Hold the count. That's not right. That's not right at all. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wait a minute. So, fellas, look at the engines when I do a roll. They shouldn't go up and to the left for a roll. That's not right. That's not correct. We shouldn't do that. They should do this. Not this. Not up and to the right. It should be up and down. The control point is in the payload bay. Oh. Yep. Well, there's your control problems. Roll is around control point, how to rock, not vessel center of mass. Or at least it shouldn't be, right? Like, am I thinking about it wrong? It should be around control point. I had problems like this with the shuttle. The pad fuel tank has the center of mass not centered. Alright. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I hope you guys are right. Because, yeah, that could explain our control problems. But, alright, if you guys say it's correct, we'll go. Alright, T-minus 30 seconds. We'll keep going with the count here. Let's go move it to 55 and go from there. No, Sneaky, it should be pretty easy to see it. Ground pyrotechnic systems are armed. T-minus 20 seconds in game. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition. A little slew off the pad, but we got a lift off. All right, here we go. Okay. 7 is in the air. Let's go. Vehicle's pitching downrange. Have to do some slight compensation here because we need to go up more. Man, this thing's hard to compensate. Come on, man. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna start the pitch over. Start to let it do its thing now. Limiting the gimbal is what caused the last abort, Loopy. Vehicle's transonic. Everything's looking good. Deep. It's probably sometime in the late summer. Tan? Oh, God, I can feel the temperature went up by a degree during this launch, man. No, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Screw that. All right. We should be good. We can lower that while we're up here. Throttling back. I flew a little too high. It's all right. Okay, QQ. It was the pad, guys. Thank you for testing it. All right. Yeah, good call. Alright. This was a bad ascent, but I gotta shut these down. So those thrusters are online. Now I'm gonna go open up the front tanks. And what do these numbers read? Just a little bit, Lube. We don't have the thrust to wait. It's gonna be close. Antenna's fine right now. No, no, what? Why? Why? Why did that not I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. Whatever. Let's just go. If we make it, we make it. If we don't, we don't. Nothing is going right today. Nothing. And we're past apogee, so we just got to burn basically radial out here to raise that thing up right.
heard you weren't having a great day. So I got you some cookie dough ice cream.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Griffin, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
It's suborbital. It will decay. No, I'm not going to rescue it. We'll watch it crash some other time when I don't feel like headbutting a brick wall. It's pretty clear to me that design's terrible. It's terrible. It's not the worst. It's not the worst design, but the margins are too low. They've always been too low. They always will be too low. It's not worth it. It's not worth trying to squeeze the power out of that. Look. It probably has the Delta V if it flies a perfect descent every time. And the way I see it, I'm never going to do a perfect descent every time. There's always going to be some deviation. I don't want every time we fly that vehicle, especially with people on it, if we want to do that down the road. I don't want the margins to be that close. That's just going to create problems down the road. It's better to pull the plug on the project and restart. Look, you might not like that solution, and I frankly don't give a frick if you don't. We got to redesign it. It's something I've been trying to avoid, but no. Did the orbiter maneuvering engines help? Yeah. I squeezed more Delta V out of the vehicle. Absolutely. They absolutely made a difference. But I was constantly fighting control of the vehicle on the entire way up. The entire way up we were fighting it. The whole way. And I was focusing on fighting the freaking vehicle and getting it to fly straight. Right? I was so focused about doing that I flew a terrible ascent. Could it be something that we could hone in over time? Yeah, sure. How many vehicles are we going to lose, though? It's not worth it. Start over. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it, especially if we want to be using this thing in the long term. It's not worth it. I'm starting over. I got to. How many more times are we going to lose these shuttle motors? How many more times are we going to lose them? I'm not wasting time. Launching it more is a waste of time. It's constantly fighting the stupid thing. It's constantly trying to get the fuel thing dialed in. The PIDs on the SAS are terrible, so the thing just does this the entire time. And it just wants to nose over every time. It's just not worth it, guys. Sorry. Not worth it. Not worth it. That design's done. I'm not doing that again. We'll design a new aero shell. I'll design a new aero shell. I'll make it work a little bit better. I'll give it the Delta V margins that it needs. It basically needs to have the Delta V margins to take into account that it doesn't fly very well up into space. So I got to redesign one, and it has to be like maybe a little bit bigger than the one that we just designed. Just a teeny weeny bit, like maybe 110, 105% scale of the design that we need. I mean, the fact that we got really, really close the first time is pretty cool, but it does show. The numbers have always reflected, basically from the start of when I built the small SSTO, that this could be a problem. So yeah, I gotta redesign it. So I'm done talking about it. Let's just redesign and let's go from there. 4,500 would be a good number to shoot for, Rib, to be absolutely sure, yeah. I still want it, Loopy. I still want this, yeah. Or we could just shoot for the big one. But if I fail with the big one, once again, we're screwed. We're completely screwed. We're pretty much screwed either way at this point, but... yeah. Just gotta... Okay. Alright, so 127 feet tall. Divide that by 3.3, gives us 38 meters, 38.48 meters. Let me just check something here. Is 28.6. Actually, we're pretty close. Not bad. All right. We weren't that far off with the actual size of what the Venture Star was going to be. No, okay. The Sabre engine isn't going to help this design at all, so it doesn't matter. How are we gonna do this? We'll find out at the end of the week, Bree. Thank you, by the way. Divided by 3.3 gives us a 20 meter length times 0.66, which should give us 13.4 for the X-33. But we're not making an X-33. We're making the X-33 orbital, not suborbital. So we need to do 127 divided by 3.3, which gives us 38 meters, and then we need to times that by 0.66, which gets us Kerbal scale, meaning that our big SSDO should be about 25 meters long. But then again, we might need to mess with the scale a little bit to get this right. All right, cool. All right. All right. So dimensions are really not big of a problem here. No problem, Rib. I'm glad you like it. Thank you. All right. So what's a good combination of tanks to get us up into space? So how about that, right? And then, let's put our 2 shuttle motors in here like we had before. So, there's the 2 shuttle engines, right? Now, what are we talking about here? So that right there, out of the box, gives us 44, which is pretty cool. But we want this SSDO to have about 5 tons of mass to orbit. So this tank is about 5 tons, right? Give or take. I'm going to give it 5 tons, and we'll give it a very similar payload bay that we did with the last one. This isn't going to be that big of a redesign, and I already know the efficient ways to make the arrow shell. It won't take that long. So, now, our Delta V goes to poo-poo. It goes below what we need. And then, the arrow shell and all the other components to make this thing work is going to be about 18 more tons, believe it or not. So that gives us 2,700. So where does it put us from there? Two orange tanks worth gives us 3,779. What about this? That gives us 4,000. So that would have gotten us more in the margin of where we were previously. But what's our TWR here? It's 0.9. It's not good. What if I add a third shuttle engine? Now what? That gives us the TWR that we're looking for, right? Having 3 engines. It gives us the TWR that we want. But excuse me. But now our mass is low again. No, JM. No. X-33 doesn't have jet engines, and so, I mean, I'm building a replica of that. I don't want jet engines. That's more or less what I want. How many orange tanks do we have here? 7. 7 orange tanks worth. 18 tons of aeroshell. Okay. Now, if I made this into some kind of shape, you know. $41.46, which gives us $44.27. We were hovering around 4,000 before. 3 engines at $41.46 with 5 tons of payload gives us 1.14 off the pad, but $41.46 out of the box, which isn't bad. I'm here to engineer spacecraft and eat ice cream. And I'm all out of ice cream. Literally, I just finished it. It was delicious, by the way. Yeah. Put Ohm's engines on the big boy. Can factor that in if we wanted to. Want to put a dedicated ohm system on this thing? Sure. Why not? Let's lock out. Well, we don't want to necessarily lock out all the tanks. How about we have dedicated fuel tanks for it, and we do something like that? If we're going to do that, take this. We'd have to put this behind a part that's not fuel cross-feed capable, like this. So put them there like that. And say we did something like this. Take these, move them over here, take that, move them there like that. Up in the vacuum, that produces 213. Cool. What about these numbers here? That's 3950 up in the vacuum. So we'd have to do something like this. Put it back to 4181. But that puts our TWR too low. What's our TWR here on this thing, though? I mean, realistically, though. I'm streaming tomorrow, Penta, because I'm taking next week off. So yeah, well, I'll be here. Not bad. Excuse me. It was a great race, Sebi. Yep. Wolfhounds instead of terriers. Yeah, wolfhounds are too heavy. We'll get less delta V out of them. Or something similar to the same with a higher TWR. It's not going to work. See? 202 versus 205. No, I'm not wasting the extra mass. Mass is the premium here. Remember that. So, basically have 3.5 orange tanks worth of fuel here. And this gives me the numbers that I want. But now we have a negative TWR here. Cheetahs. Let's just complicate it more. Lovely. 205 with a higher TWR. Let me just make sure. Yeah, 205 meters a second delta V. It's basically exactly the same with a higher TWR. Instead of 0.18, we have 0.36. So we just added dry mass to net the same result at the behest of TWR up in space. TWR doesn't make that big of a difference. I shouldn't really be relying on my orbital maneuvering system engines to get me up into space. So we got 0.89 here. So let's play games. And now we have 4 shuttle engines. Now what? 1.294043. So now we have to add more fuel tanks to get us back up to where we want. There's your design. I need 4 orange tanks worth of fuel to get this thing the specific impulse that I need with an 18-ton aero shell, 5 tons of payload, and yeah, that's pretty much it. $1.15 should be enough. It's going to take a little bit of a grav loss, dudes. 125,000 is 25 less. And keep in mind, that's with fuel. So it's going to cost this much more or less to fuel it up. So we're at 125. Where are we at now? Let's go. So, 102. So it's basically... Yeah. I mean, the aero shell is going to cost more than a fuel tank. So yeah, this thing should be about 150k when it's done. Still better than 500K, and this is an absolute over-engineer. I know this is going to work. But the thing is, it's going to be a little bit bigger. So, how do we get around that? How do we get around that problem? We could overclock and switch to 3 engines. We could still do that. 2 engines gives us 0.59, which is pretty useless. But then again, we're building a smaller version of Venture Star, right? So... See last. Yeah. When reposting +1 incoming, having the K1 on the 5-meter version, reduce the... The Mastodon engine? No, I don't have the Mastodon engine unlocked. And, I mean, even if we wanted to waste more money, that's fine. We could unlock it, Raph, but what are our number increases here? 290, 305. And this thing clearly need... the gimbal vectoring range is 5. Watch the VOD, Reagan. Yeah, watch the VOD, dude. It'll get you the answer you want. 95 tons. I mean, yeah, you're getting the thrust that you need, but I'm really sacking the efficiency there, Raph. I don't want to do that. I don't think that's a good idea. No, I don't want to do that. I'm going to stick with this. So let's get back over here. They have more TWR than the SSME, so it's less dry mass. In the end, it's about the same. Alright, I'll blow 15 Gs on this. Here, watch. So, where are we? Altitude is 4228 at 1.15 with 4 of these engines, right? Sure, let's waste some money. Why not? So 4221 at 1.15. So 4 of these is 4027 at 155. So it's not as much delta V. And we don't have the gimbals to compensate for the offset COM. Because my payload bay might not be in the right direct center of the vehicle. But we do have higher TWR. And the higher TWR could benefit us down here. And the cost went down to 85. Yep. Yeah, John, it's done. In fact, it's so done that I'm not using it anymore. And I've promptly abandoned its design. Yeah, that's how done it is. Raph, my only thing is that cost is an interim thing. Just because cost is a problem right now doesn't mean it will be later. And you get more out of those shuttle engines. I mean, you can't deny that. No, I don't like it. Nope, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't like that hypersonic either. I don't like I want dedicated orbital engines and dedicated descent engines. I don't want like something like this. I'm not a fan. I don't like doing stuff like that. That's just weird. Yeah, I don't want to do it. Having 2 different types of engines like that complicates things, and it's not very... It doesn't really represent, in good faith, represent a real-life design, and I don't want to do that way. Yeah. So, I'm not going to. 4221, we got 8 orange tanks with 18 tons of payload. Yeah, Raph, I mean, if you enjoy making your SSDOs so much that way, yeah, you should do that on your own save, dude. Yeah, no, it's a great idea. You should go with it. You're right. Where was I? Alright, so 4221 should get me up to 4,500 up there, and then we have 200 meters a second delta V in the vacuum. Okay, cool. So we need 8 orange tanks worth. And we're running 4 shuttle engines this time around instead of, You already ran it yesterday, that's how you got those numbers? Yeah, I'm sure it's working really well for you. So let's see. So let me just calculate total fuel amount here. 2880, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2880 times 8, 23,000 units of fuel. Okay. No, we don't, Luby. We don't want to do that. The aeroshell won't scale to the big one if we do that, so I'm not going to do that. What's a way that we could stack these tanks where they fit with the 33's design? Something like this might do us right here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Apatoxin, 59-month resub. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't want that.
not ideal. How's your Monday going? Oh, really bad. Yeah, really bad. How about you? Just put those right there for now. Let's see. Okay. What's the length dimensions here? 22.8. Alright, so let's take these tanks and we'll move them forward, and then let's take these tanks and move them backwards a little bit. And then take the engines and move the engines forward. See, that's not really representative of what I necessarily want. So here, let's get rid of that. Get this, and I'll put the 18 tons in the payload bay as well to represent the dry mass. And then I'll put the, yeah, you just gotta leave that right there for a second. So, just actually take this and put this right here. Let's put that over here, and then we'll have this be our nose cone for the time being. Five, 10, 15, 20. There we go. Yeah, I don't want that to be like that. I don't know how I'm gonna fit all those tanks in this design, but it's could be doable. Here. Let's put the payload pretty much right here, and let's put that exactly where we kind of want our center of mass to be. And that's how many tanks we need, huh? So if I add this back in symmetry, yeah. 3821. And that's a lot of mass to fit in that surface area. Man, mass is really at a premium here, huh? I don't know, Farnight. However big it has to be to not suck. Yeah, I'll just go with that, and we'll just leave it. We'll leave it like that, man. Yeah, because it sucking was a real problem that I ran into with the last design. Yeah, like a real problem. Yeah, it sucked. Yeah, it was a terrible design. Because it was my first attempt, though. Not for any other reason. Yeah, well, it'll be better this time. Yeah, all I gotta do is just basically, you know, follow the simple engineering principle of it not sucking, and it'll work. Yeah. Yeah, it'll work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, the more and more I look at this, though, we really want to follow that principle and take it seriously. We should probably go with 4. But see, that's the thing. With 4, I mean, we're just making the vehicle so much freaking bigger. 40-12. Interesting. Yeah, Fanta, it's something like that, sure. We'll get it. It's just that there's a lot of fuel tanks to jam into one spot. That's the thing. Yeah, Corey, I just answered that like a second ago. Yeah. Yeah, just scrub back in the VOD for a second, dude, and you'll be able to see. Alright. Now let's try to fit these tanks in here. Let's see what this does. That gets us close to being around our 70, but But then again, how much fuel is this? 1440. So what's half of that? We know that half of that is 720. Can I come up with some conic adapters? Because the conic adapters have the same mass fraction. Can we come up with a combination of those things that gets us what we're looking for? But then again, we still have to take into account that the payload bay is going to be up high. We won't be able to fit all this in there. So we're going to have to find ways to cut down on the tank design. So, what about this one? How much fuel does this have? Well, actually, I mean, it doesn't matter. We don't really need to cut it in half. I need to find 14. We need to do this again, right? 4153. But then again, we're at 1.01 CWR, and I'm not sure how much heavier that aero shell is going to be. Interesting. Yeah, that's why I put them in fairings, Doom. Yeah, I usually put the fuel tank sub-assemblies in the fairings to get around that. Yeah, there's definitely a way. Let's calculate the total fuel load. 4153 with 18 tons of payload, or 18 tons of whatever. This will be like the wings and all the panels and stuff. That one will be 5 tons right there. And then I did add an orbiter maneuvering system into this design. Okay. 4153 is not really what I want. .4153 gives me 1.01. If we did the same kind of overclocking here, it should work. 4279. Okay. 4279 is giving me more. That's more in line with what I want, but we're a little bit down on power here. Total mass of the vehicle is 412 tons in this capacity here. So can make them quad load. Yeah, no, but I'm just trying to get a straight fuel count, and then I'll go to make the tanks look cool. Yeah. Yeah, we could try some moving around to try and get this right. I could try to position the tanks in a way that looks nice. You're getting up towards the mass of the big SSTO. No, I'm not. Not even close. No. Add 1,000 more tons. Yeah, tons, not pounds, tons. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not even close to that. Let's see. How am I gonna do this? So calculate the total amount of fuel that I need. And we'll go from there. So that's one orange tank, so 2880 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 2880 times 5, right? And then times that by 2, 2880. Yeah, okay. So we need about 28,000 units of liquid fuel. Now, what here has that? That one big S4512 tank definitely has enough, but it costs a lot of money. And these won't fit. Also, they won't fit, so we can't really do that way. I overclocked the engine's doom. It was 1.22 at takeoff because of slight engine overclocking. I'll overclock the engines again. I'm willing to take some liberties with that. I'm looking at the Delta V. That's really where I'm going. That's really what I'm going for, dude. So yeah, don't worry about that. That should be fine. This is frankly what I just should have done. I mean, I basically did do this, but I didn't do it right. I didn't do it exactly correct with my initial estimations. We weren't even close. But part of the reason is that because I don't really know what the estimation should have been. Now I do. So we need a design that has 28,000 units of liquid fuel. So we're at 4279 with this design and 4589 on the other end there. That's pretty good. That is definitely a little bit bigger than the last time, though. And that means that the big SSTO is going to be even bigger than this. I'm not exactly sure that that's what I want. Let's see. Now, how much fuel off the top of my head? How much fuel was the other design? The other design was that and that. And then I had a tank here and a tank here. And then, after that, I had... We had two tanks like this, right? And then, on top of that, I had this, and then I had that. That was the old tank design right there. And then we had two engines in that design. If you're below 1.2 off the pad, Doom, you're really gonna pay for it. Like, really gonna pay for it. Interesting. That's really what I had in the other design. That's it. Man, that's an awfully small amount. I mean, no wonder we were having mass problems. Like, when you look at it out like this, it's just like, really? That's what you were gonna do? Oh, okay. Look, I mean... Like, look at this. That's what you were gonna do. Alright, here. I mean, see, this is where we were at previously with the other design. That's it, right there. Or actually, excuse me, take that off there, right there. Yeah, basically that. Because that's 2.5 tons of payload, 9 tons of arrow shell. Right? That should be about right. How much is that payload bay? Let me take a look. It's 3 tons. Okay. But I'm centered around the payload bay. If you took the 3 tons of payload bay off, and we could do that by going like that, that gives us exactly the numbers. Yeah, okay, see? Our numbers are perfect. They're spot on to what they were before. More or less. This is an estimation. If this was around 4,000, which is where it was, that's fine. Alright? Now, let's do some quick maths, alright? So, let's go right here. Alright, this is not bad, and that design I know works. With those fuel tanks up there. Those other estimations we know are going to work correctly. Now, what happens if we do this? Instead of the other tanks, right? Instead of those half tanks up at the front, what if we did this? And we lengthened the nose of the vehicle just a little bit, right? Like, say we did, I don't know, something like this, right? That looks like the bi-lobe tanks from the X-33. It's pretty close, right? And now, those things hold 720. How much is that? 540 and 270. That's more than 720. 540 plus 270 is 810. Okay. So, how about we get rid of that, and how about we put these here? And we just have 3 of the same tank. So say we have 9 tons of arrow shell. Where does that get us? 4013, 2.5 tons of payload. That gives us 4114 altitude. Okay. So, what happens if we do this? Give me those tanks like how we had them before. What happens if we do this? Like that. That's 4276. Okay? And then I'll just move these tanks together, kind of like how they were in the previous design. It's just an approximation. I'm going to overestimate tank volume on this to be 100% sure. Now let's move these in like that and just say we put nose cones around them and stuff. Okay, so where does that get us? Like, let's work off of the nose here like that and say I have a nose cone fairing just like I did in a previous design, right? Alright. Okay. Alright. Take these tanks. And now move the payload, get them out of here. Get rid of that. That's my root part. So let's figure in all the dry mass from the start, just like we did when we originally went to engineer the big one, right? Put that in there. Put 5 tons in there. I don't want 5 tons in the payload bay. Let's just pretend that that's what we want, okay? Put that in there like that. Move it up. Right? Okay. Now. I'll keep the ohms engines off for just a second. All right. So Let's take these tanks. I'll put... Wait, how much are these girder segments, just on a side note? 125 kilos, okay. Just put these up here. Right, and then just do something like that for now. It'll work. That's kind of in line with where the bilobe tank was previously, right? That's good enough. It's good enough, and if I put a fairing around it, it should be fine. Fairings, I think, from our previous design in this circumstance were about 700 kilos a pop. So let's find something in here that's 700 and go from there. We need something that's 0.7. These are 375. That's 2 of them is about 7. So overestimate as always. And now take these 2 tanks in here like this and do the same thing. We'll overestimate again. What the hell? Really? Oh, we don't have the arrow shell mass in there. I'm like, wait, what? That would have sucked. All right, so put that in there and shut that off. Okay, 4232. Got it. Okay, so I don't have ohms in this design either. What happens if we put those back in? I'll just attach them to the root part. And say, you know, we figure out a way to put them over here. All right, just for funsies. That gives us 4,000 right off the bat, huh? But that is 5 tons of payload. What happens if I half that? Not ideal. Get rid of the ohms. 4232 altitude. That's with 9 tons of aeroshell. It's pretty clear to me that the aeroshell was an overestimation. 18 tons of aeroshell is way overestimating. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go into the prototype here. We'll save LV5C the way it is. And then I'm going to go back into prototype 14. And then I'm going to rip all the tanks out and see what our true dry mass is. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, 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 bye. Delete the fairings. Just get rid of those. And then the nose cone fairing we'll keep just because that looks cool. What's the mass right now? 26 tons, huh? 26. No engines are involved in the aeroshell. And then we do have some fuel tanks up there. So what's the mass of that payload bay? We'll just subtract the mass of the payload bay out. So 500 kilograms. So we'll add 500 kilograms into whatever this is. Man, thing's heavy. Really? Huh. So it is 15. 15 tons. All right. So figuring in 18 tons of aeroshell, I guess, is not the worst solution. Yeah. Well, if it's 15 on the other one, Hokey, 18 here, that should be about right, considering that this thing might be a little bit longer, right? I mean, Doom, not really, no. What happens if I take the ohms out of this design? 3,800. And 0.83 though. That's with 5 tons of payload and 18 tons of arrow shell. Alright, let's go over here. Kitty, we'll find a way. Don't worry. I'll think of a way to get this right. Third. Yeah, I'm not too incredibly worried. 60 feet. Wait, that says 60 by 68? What does this one say over here? Oh. Oh, alright. Well, that's right. Okay, cool. Man, this thing is one heck of a unit of a vehicle, I'll tell you that. All right, let's see. Okay, so if I did this, there's no scale equivalent to that. I know, Just Base, it is pretty insane for what it is, isn't it? So it looks like that the diameter, from what I can look at with this, the diameter on the LOX tanks might be a little bit, initially, is a little bit different than the hydrogen tanks. But see, the thing is, in that picture right there, it's not. So we're gonna have to, see, look what I'm talking about here. See what I mean? This diameter, this can't be to scale. It can't be. It can't be to scale. That doesn't make any sense. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, Sun Temple, if these are to scale, that means that the front of the vehicle gets really, really thin, really, really fast, right? Like, it comes to a point, but the height of the vehicle wouldn't change because it has to fit that in there, right? But if we look at all these pictures, specifically this one on the X33, it does get thinner, but it doesn't get thinner right there. See what I'm talking about? That doesn't make any sense. That thing must be a wider diameter. Because the hydrogen tanks, how can you fit 4 with 2? Right? How does that work right there? And it might just be because that we don't have enough information. That doesn't make sense from looking at every other picture. See that one right there? This just shows geometry, right? It shows the LOX tank geometry versus the LH2 tank geometry, but that can't be to scale. There's no way. There's no way it's to scale, or else the X33 would look wouldn't maintain, if you're looking at it from the side, it wouldn't maintain its thickness all the way up to the front, right? Here, let's see if we can find, let's just look. Let's actually see if we can find a picture of the actual prototypes here. There is the, that's gotta be the LOX tank. Because that's the hydrogen tank, right? Yeah, see? If you're looking at the hydrogen tank here, it doesn't have that. That's not what that looks like. These must be cross sections of the tank at the center. We're not getting all the information here. Let me read vehicle OML. There's a conformal tank, and a lobed tank. Increased tank pack volume, package efficiency, reduce TSP. The 4-lobe could be for the X-33. Why would they not have the tank scaled to the bigger designs if that was the case, dude? That doesn't make any sense. There's a picture of the actual fuel tank. That looks like the hydrogen tank to me, though, from what I can tell. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Interesting. You're a guy on a document, karate. Goat them. So the back of the LOX tanks look like a Venn diagram. And the front of them look like 4. Huh. How are we going to do that? And what amount of fuel would I need to fit in this area? I think we figured out that we need, well, we're at 3879 with 18 tons of aeroshell right now. So this is going to need to be like that, and that's going to need to be like that. 3852 again. Huh. Yeah, but what I'm looking at, Hellfish, is I'm looking at the back. The domes. Those domes look the same. They pretty much are, for the most part. Yeah, see? How can I make that shape? How can I make these shapes? How do we do that? It's also important to note that there's a tremendous amount of space here, because if you look where the front of the wing's supposed to bolt, the actual aerodynamics thing, the aerodynamic shape is out here. Like the wing leading edge or the fuselage leading edge is out there somewhere. It's just another thing to kind of take into account. Interesting. Why did they make 2 rounded edge on the tank versus 1 smooth? It holds the thing better, Tron. It holds the propellants better that way. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you the physics behind it. But, see, this doesn't make sense because... Alright, hang on. Let me go in here like this, right? And let me just revisit the tank design that I had before, right? That's what I had before. If this is what I had before, and we had 15 tons of... No, there's got to be something that I did wrong. Like, okay, take into account the fairing. That's the fairing for that. If this is the case... Wait a minute. This doesn't make any sense. Close that out. Why is this reading 3609? If we figured out that we have 15 tons of aeroshell, right? Let's just do that. Where does that get us? That doesn't make sense. Something isn't right. One of my estimations is off because this is the exact fuel tank design that I had before, and the Delta V numbers aren't even close. They aren't even close to what they were at before. Aren't even close. And this is with 2.25 in the payload bay. Something is not right. I need to go back into the prototype and take a look. Overclock would increase TWR, not Delta V numbers. Alright. I need a dedicated file to be able to pick this thing apart, right? I didn't take those into account, Hokie, but I don't think those will make up for 400 meters a second atmospheric Delta V, do you? Alright, so rip this thing off. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Alright, now just reattach the payload bay somewhere. Okay, get rid of those engines, get rid of the engines. There's the payload bay with the payload fuel. Get rid of that. Get rid of my fairings, because the fairings we took into account, and the fuel tanks, right? That's what we took into account before. And now, get rid of that. That's everything but the front fairing. Front fairing doubles as the nose cone. Let me save this, edit the fairing, and let's get ourselves a fairing mass. Okay, so we shouldn't figure 700, we should figure 1 ton into each fairing, give or take. And there was 3 of them, so 3 at 1 ton is 3 tons. Now, with that being said, what's our mass? 17,593 with a 2.25 ton payload. Let's take the payload out. Take the payload out, and now we're at 15,343. Is that everything? Really? It is. There's nothing else here. This is just the shell of the vehicle. I took all the fuel tanks out of its design. How it... Okay, so taking into account 18 tons, we'll round it up for 18 tons if I'm going to make the vehicle slightly bigger, right? Like, that's pretty reasonable. Okay, so get rid of this. 18 tons is pretty reasonable. So if I attach this here, and then get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of these, get rid of that. That's what the back tanks look like. And then this is what the front tanks look like. Are our numbers the same? And we didn't have any orbiter maneuvering, so get rid of that. Get rid of that. Close that out. 2.25 tons of payload. Take that, lock that out. What the hell? How is this? Am I missing something? I'm missing something. I have to be missing something. This makes... Look. Alright. Look. $15, right? 15,343. Okay? 15,343. Take that out of it. 14. Right? 15,343 is 14.8 tons, right? So let's add exactly 14.8 tons of aeroshell to this thing, and let's see what it does. Do we have anything that's even remotely close on par with that? Right? So that would be 10. Now, find something that's 4. Cool, Thomas. Alright, let's just add another one. Just add another one of these. So... that's 15 tons. All right. And then minus the payload. Something's not right. These numbers don't make sense. Or do they? Let me take a speck of fuel out of that thing. %, Speedy. I did overestimate the fairing sizes a little bit, but that shouldn't make that big of a difference. The fairings were closer to a ton. So if we overestimate and put 1 ton down, 2.25, so that's 4.5. No, that I need to find something that fits correctly. Yeah, these are the closest at 1.1, so I do that and take a little bit out. $172,688. That's the closest. This tank is about 1 ton. All right, take that. So these tanks will represent the fairings, right? And then if I attach this in single symmetry right here, and we close these tanks out because they're fairings, right? $38.99. What gives? That tank's closed out, and these 3 tanks comprise the arrow shell. Or comprised of the arrow shell, excuse me. 15, 340, 340, right? What are these? So that's 1562 times 3, so that's 15,180 in change, so
Discovery, go at throttle.
15,200, which is lower than what our arrow shell actually weighs. But we're getting worse delta V numbers. That's why I'm getting so confused, guys. I need to know where I went wrong in the other design. This is my tank configuration from my other design. We were within very, very close, and that's very close. This is very close up here to all the panels and the wings and everything. This highlighted part. These represent the panels, and those represent the tanks. These represent the fairings, excuse me. The small tanks represent the fairings, right? And those represent the fuel tanks. Theoretically, putting it in this configuration should give us 4,000 delta V, just like it did on the other one. But it's not. So what did I miss? There's no way this is everything on the vehicle. TWR is 1.09, and if we overclocked it, it'd be 1.22 right off the bat. We never went net negative with the TWR.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Cruzo, thank you. Am I having a stroke? Oh, the overclock, okay. $39.54. It's 90 degrees in here, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know. 3954. And that's 3,900. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, because of the Mark II tanks, guys. That's correct. That's what I was missing. So, if I add that in there, leave that open, and we add this in there, yeah, the Mark II tanks. 3956. Alright, cool. We're in line. Excellent. Alright, cool. I'm not losing my mind. I forgot about the Mark II tanks. That was the difference. Alright. Excellent. Okay. Jack, I thought I was going nuts. I was like, what did I just do? I'm not crazy. Not crazy. Please read your last. Remember to stay hydrated. Oh, I am. Thank you. Oh, just in case. Enjoy the weather. All right. So these numbers are in line with what we want, right? So let's figure that. I'm gonna put 18 tons in there. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll figure 18 tons. Why not? We're redesigning it. It's better to overestimate. Do that. And what I'll do is we'll go to 5 tons of payload. That way I know whatever I throw in the payload bay is going to be right. So we really need to design around this right here. Let's design around these parameters, all right? So where does that give us for vacuum? For atmospheric. We're at 1.07. I will overclock the engines again if we have to. All right. Let's see. All right, let's try this. And we also need to take into account fairing. So I'm going to put these back on here like this, and minus a ton out, or minus a little bit out, and put that there, right? So let's try something like this, okay? Right? Put those in there like that. And this can be our forward LOX tank. Remember to put that on here, right? To figure in the 1 ton for the fairing. Close that fuel out, right? And make sure, yep, that fuel's closed out and that fuel is closed out. Okay. Getting us right here, put us at 3812. Not bad. Not bad. But if we're doing that, we might as well do this. That puts us right back at 4,000. All right, so that would give us more or less the performance that we're looking for. Now, said I would overclock the engines, but what happens if we do this? That puts us at the right thrust, right? That puts us at the right TWR. 2809. If we had 2,000 thrust, where would that put us? I'm not going to put this on here. I'm just crunching some numbers. 1925. Nope, that's not enough. Let's find something that has nice even numbers. So that's 200 kilonewtons of thrust right there. Let's do that. That would put us at 90. All right, what happens if we add 400 kilonewtons of thrust? 0.98. Yeah, okay. We're gonna need... We might need one more motor. We might need to go with a 3-engine design just because the mass in Kerbal is poop. But, also at the same time, I could overclock. But that means we'd be overclocking the engines to 150% to get those numbers. I don't think we should do that. I really don't. That's a bad idea. Don't worry about it, Jaka. It's fine. Yeah, Kyron, that would probably be a good idea. Okay. Yeah, 150% is too much. I'm not going to overclock. Steven, I won't go above 150% on an overclock. That's just lame. Rocket engines don't do that. 150%, and it has to be contextual. Like, that's dumb. That's not rocket science. That's just bending physics. But you could bend physics. You can't bend physics that much, man, right? So, if we did something like that, that'd get us back to where we need, right? We also got to take into account that making the tanks this big is going to have problems. Hamburger. Well, keep in mind, Jacka, we have 5 tons of payload. In reality, our payload numbers are pretty much going to be in line around there. I'm going to figure 5 tons in because I know no matter what I put in here, there's no way it's going to be 5 tons. There's no way. You can't fit 5 tons of anything in there unless I'm launching ore into space, which I never would. So if we guess around these numbers right now, even a stretched aeroshell, the aeroshell is overestimated and that's overestimated. So yeah, I think we're okay. Buonasera, come va? Tutto bene? Bene, bene. How about yourself, Swishio? I'm fine. Yeah, it's just toasty. Toasty! But you're not getting 1.2 TWR either. We can overclock. I'm not worried. I ain't worried, dude. I agree, Toothless. Yep. Did you have the 2 Mark II tanks? Yeah, JuiceBot. That's taken into account here. I don't want this design to have those Mark II tanks on the top. I would much rather an internal payload bay. And if we were going to do it, have the tanks underneath. If we were going to do that way. I'm going to try to do that without it. So this gets us back to 4064. That's with 5 tons of payload, right? And 3 engines at 1.1 off the pad. We each give these a little bump in the thrust, right? That'll get us where we need. All right. Let's calculate what our total fuel is going to be here, right? What are we talking about here? I'm going to take the 2 fairing pieces here, and we're going to... I'm just going to put the fairing pieces right there, just because. And that's figuring 1 ton for the payload, which is an overestimation of what we had. So is that one. Okay. How much fuel? We have 2 orange tanks worth, which is, or 4 orange tanks worth right now. Okay. So that's 2880 times 4. 11,520. Then we got another one. Plus 2, plus 2880. 14,400. And then we have 540 plus 270. 540 plus 270. All right. We got to times that by 4. And then add that to 14,400. 17,000 liquid fuel. Yeah, 17,000 liquid fuel is where we're at. That's the fuel. That will give us what we want with an overestimated mass of arrow shell and an overestimated mass of payload. Overestimated masses of fairings as well. So now the real question is, how do we get that into here? How do we fit? How do we fit everything? Locking it out didn't change the numbers, Jacka. Oh, okay, 4064. Alright. So basically now you're building an intermediate between the X33 and the 600K one. It's not really an intermediate, guys. It's just a slightly bigger scaled up version of the other one. It's just a little bit bigger. That's all. Really, that's it. It's just a little bit bigger. This will be a good SSDO because 5-ton payload capacity out of the box, which will never be a thing, and this will be good to at least... Hey, Urban. This will be good at least to restart the lunar program. I'll be able to get Kerbals up to the transfer vehicle, and that's a big deal, because we already have all the lunar infrastructure to go back to the moon already out there. Landers, etc., etc. The only thing would be moving up fuel at that point, but I already have enough fuel up in space to do one. And all the infrastructure's already up there, so I'm not too incredibly worried about it. The other thing we could do is, if we wanted to get real crazy, is I could design it around a big payload bay. We could design it around this. But then payload bay mass really gets prohibitive because that's an extra 3 tons of mass. But I could do it. If we wanted to design around that, we could. But yeah, the entire vehicle would have to be designed around it. It would be nice. See, where does that get me now? 3980. Are these tanks locked out? Yes, they are. See, if I put this up here, guys, what am I gonna attach to it? Like, what are we gonna attach to it to make it look right? It's too big for the design. It's too big for what I want. We should just go back to doing this. I'll design better around the payload bay rather than just crudely pasting it on top like I did last time. 17,000 fuel is what we're looking for. So we need a combination of tanks that's going to fit 17,000. Nah, Ice Tray, I don't want to do that. Yeah, that Kerbal doesn't like turning stuff like that. It really doesn't understand it very well. I don't think that's a good idea. Hey, stream chat. No, that's too much. It's a good idea. I thought I might be able to salvage some of my previous design, but it doesn't want to do that. It does. Yeah, no, I don't want to. I don't want to do it. Just got here. How's the 33 coming along? Oh, terribly. Terrible thing, Laura. It's about as bad as it could go. Yeah. Yeah. About as bad as it could go, man. Yeah, really bad. It's not necessarily from scratch, Shen, but we're at 38.96, man. $39.96 if I half the payload. It's friggin' 8:30. Temperature got down there, man. It's ridiculous. I don't want to talk about it, T-Man. Yeah, I really don't. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it at all. You can go watch the VOD if you want to see how it went. I've had a pretty bad day in terms of testing, guys, but the tests proved pretty conclusively. I mean, the writing's on the wall. I've tried 3 times to get a good indicator of what the Delta V numbers are doing. I've tried 3 freaking times. 3 flight tests. First one didn't make it. Second one made it, but I used the payload bay fuel. And the third one blew up on the pad. Actually, third one blew up on the pad. Yeah, today. And then the fourth one had an important ascent profile, and I screwed it up. We were afforded more Delta-V, but the writing is on the wall. If the vehicle doesn't fly correctly, look, every single time I've went to drive this thing up into space, I've had a problem trying to get it to fly, okay? And if a terrible ascent profile is going to be the difference between this thing making it and not making it, the margins are telling me that that's too low. In real life, that wouldn't make that much of a difference because there's a computer flying it. Well, there ain't a computer flying it here. And before somebody says the useless thing and says, well, why don't you just get MechJeb or something? No, I fly all my vehicles into space by hand. So I need to afford the options. I need to be able to have that capability of being able to adjust my ascent profile on the fly. That adds to mission reliability, and it makes sure that I don't lose anything. I'd rather over-engineer it a little bit, have the vehicle be a little bit more expensive, and have it work every time for this in SAC efficiency. The reason why is because, well, efficiency, yeah, that does make a difference, but over-engineering it really allows you to make sure that you don't have a mission that fails. I'll take the mission assurance at the behest of efficiency. I think that's a really good thing to stack up against, and it makes sense with SSTOs. It makes sense even more with reusable vehicles. You don't want to... I mean, the shuttle was inefficient for what it is. Starship's going to be horribly inefficient. It's made out of stainless steel. If they made it out of aluminum, it would be a lot lighter and it would go a lot further. But that's not necessarily the case with what they're trying to do with reusability, right? So you have to sometimes take a hit. And, I mean, Starship's designed to move 100 tons into space, right? that in itself, designing for 100 tons, even though you know you're never, ever, 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 ever going to move 100 tons of anything unless you're moving like sand into space, and you fill the entire payload bay up with sand, they know they're never going to move that into space. That makes sure, you know, that's so you can make sure that any payload that you put in there will get where you need it to go, because it's over-engineered. That's what I need to do here. That was my mistake with the first design. Yeah, so this isn't so much an intermediate design, but what I basically should have designed the first time. At the same exact time, what the hell do I know about building SSTOs? I know nothing about building SSTOs in Kerbal. I've never done it. There you go. I've never built a vertical launch SSTO horizontal landing. Never done that before. So, how was I supposed to know? So, we learn from the experience and go from there. I don't want a bad ascent profile, like a slightly worse ascent profile being the difference between me getting and not getting into space. That's bad. That makes missions fail. And in mission mode, you have to deliver, especially with missions. So, yeah, I gotta redesign it. I really don't have a choice. Writing's on the wall. Adding the orbiter maneuvering engines to the other design was a good idea. And it did give it the delta V that it needed if you flew a very, very, very perfect ascent. But that's never gonna happen. That's not gonna happen all the time with KSP. So, yeah, it is what it is. I gotta redesign. I don't have a choice. This is runaway improvements right here. Keep adding until it's what you're looking for. It means it's time to stop adding and start taking away instead. No, I wholly disagree with you. Pretty much on every level based off of my 3 flight test, Jaka. Sorry, respectfully, yeah, no, that's incorrect. That taking away at this point is going to get me the same exact result as before. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I got this. Don't worry. Anyway, let's keep going. So I will go back to engineering for. Let's go. 4139 is what we get with 2.25. Or no, 3996. Okay. How much mass loss does Starship lose? Mass loss. Mass lost. Mass loss. I have no idea. You'd have to go and figure out how much the surface area of Starship would be if you made it out of like 3 mil aluminum versus 3 mil stainless steel. That's a lot of calculations that I don't know off the top of my head, T-Man, nor am I really interested in. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. It might, Kev. Who knows? Yeah, I can't do it, guy. Like that design's death, and I don't want to go and engineer the big one. It's too expensive. But I mean, at what point do we consider going for SERV? Oh yeah, great idea. Let's just disregard all the things we've learned over the last 3 weeks and start another project where it'll take another 3 weeks to learn everything. Yeah, no, let's not do that either. That's not a good idea. A lot of stuff that can carry over into this design, I can redesign the aeroshell, but I know how to make them. Understand? So it's not going to take me as long to do that. What I don't want to do is completely pull the plug on the project and do exactly what happened to the real X-33, right? That's not a good idea. I don't want to do that, right? We don't want to do that. That's not a good idea. Let me redesign around it and I'll figure it out, man. Guys, I think, I don't know, it's too hot. It's just too damn hot. I can't think straight. I know this is what I need to do, but my designing chops are no good today. This is why I can't, like, I might have to come back tomorrow and do this. Look at that. This has been the temperature the entire damn stream in here. I'm thinking in a frigging sauna. Like, I just don't want it. Like, it's hard to engineer today. Does the AC not work? No, it's working. Not very well, but it's working. Yeah, Element, I might need to... Yeah. Guys, I gotta cut this one short, dude. Yeah. I know I need to redesign it, alright? So I know I say I'm not thinking straight, but I know I need to do that. I have to. We gotta redesign the damn thing, okay? With that being said, words, man. With that being said, see, I can't even think, dude. I know I need to redesign it based off of what I saw today. I know I need to. But yeah, I can't think straight today. It's really difficult. So I'm probably just gonna come back tomorrow, on my day off. Like, I'm gonna stream every day this week. I might be back a little bit later, but I don't want. I need to make sure that I lay out the entire roadmap here when I go to redesign this thing. And I kind of want to do it now, but it's just too freaking hot. If you look into moving your setup under or getting longer cables so you can toss the PCs into the hallway. Next week, Phil. And Demo, I'm not answering that. Yeah, no, I'm not answering that. You just, that's... I only mention it because you always seem to have cooling issues in your room. I've literally never had cooling issues in here until today. Yeah, okay. I'm stopping. Yeah. What are you talking about, man? Guys, yeah. I'll make sure that I have some kind of solution set up for tomorrow. I'll see you guys at noon tomorrow. I'm gonna stop for now. We're not getting anywhere today. We did do the flight test. If you want to go back at the beginning of the VOD and check those out, go ahead and do that. But yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna play around with this tank design. I'll tell you if I have anything by the morning. Let's see who's out and about. Let's take a look. Yeah, Taradra's doing some. What is he up to today? What is he playing? Oh, he's playing some Witcher. Let's go see what Taradra's up to. Have a good night, guys. Yeah, sorry. Like I was been torn around the idea of redesigning it all day, but I want to make sure I have a clear head when I go to redesign. But I know I need to redesign it, so we'll redesign it. We'll mess with the tanks a little bit, and we'll go from there. All right, dude. I just can't do it. Like, I've been trying all day. I tried to soldier through it, but it's. I mean, I think we made some decent progress considering. But yeah, I'm gonna stop. So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow.